Hey, Donna,
Yes.
can you and I talk about, not now, obviously, but committee membership? I think I sent you a listing of CBDAC and maybe also Green Ridgewood. I'm not sure,
Yes.
but I just want to get my committees up to date.
Very good. I will give you a call tomorrow.
Yes. I'll
Very
be in.
Thank you. And did you fare well with the storm?
Yes, except I have no power.
That's right. And you're at town hall.
Yep.
Good evening. Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
I can.
Good. I was just testing. I had one light. It's one of those LED lights, and it's kind of really harsh. But then I realized when I turned it on, I was like, yeah, I don't really think so. But I think I look for some reason so red or tan maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Did you do well in the storm? Everything okay at your house?
Yeah, we were fine. My mother was fine. My sister, who lives on the west side of the tracks, she has no electricity. They're not expecting to be reconnected until the 10th of August. So she was here working all day. She had tons of conference calls and work. And half of my street from my house north, where I'm like mid-road, Heather. Is Heather's not in yet? And Matt? Let's see where everybody is. Looks like Matt's logging on. All right. Okay. I'm just going to give our village manager another minute to get in there. I guess it takes a few minutes for people just to log in as they're populating. Here.
There's Heather.
Yay. Okay, great. Very good. 7:31. So is Chris online? Dylan, we have everyone we need?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm sorry, Bernadette, did you?
Is there anything?
Okay, sorry. All right, very good. Okay. So let's call this meeting to order. Today is August 5th, 2020. The time is 7:32 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perrin,
You're on mute.
Councilwoman Reynolds,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Seaton,
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh.
Here.
Mayor Knudsen.
Here. Okay, please join us in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance
To
to
the
the
flag
Flag of the United States of America
America.
and to the republic
which is
stands
One
a nation
God,
God,
God, indivisible,
liberty and
justice for all.
We need to practice that.
Please join us in a moment of silence for our men and women serving our nation, all of our first responders, especially those who worked yesterday during that terrible storm, and especially for our Ridgewood police officers. Thank you. Right, with that, we'll move on to public comments, not to exceed 3 minutes per person for 40 minutes total. And we have anyone in the queue.
We do. First person is Matthew Lindberg.
Good evening. Please, is he there? Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. I'm Matthew Lindenberg from 165 Claremont Road. I speak to you today as a member of the One Village, One Vote Committee of Petitioners. On July 6th, we submitted a petition with 570 signatures from registered Ridgewood voters to the village clerk's office in an effort to put the question of consolidating Ridgewood's municipal and school elections into November before you, and if necessary, on the ballot as a binding initiative. Tonight, Ms. Melander will certify the results of her examination of our petitions and her determination that our petition is insufficient. I want to ensure that there is clarity now before she does so, both among this council as well as our broader community, that the deficiencies she outlines tonight are technical in nature, and they in no way reflect any lack of support. In fact, just the opposite is true. We had to stop collecting signatures at about 40% more than what were necessary in order to ensure that we did not accidentally trigger a special election with too many signatures, where we could have continued gathering more from supporters of this effort. We are eager to hear tonight any remaining details and are enthusiastically committed to curing any deficiencies within the 10-day period allotted to us by law. We think that the significant increase in down ballot voter turnout in November, combined with the savings of potentially over $100,000 of taxpayer dollars in an election year, makes this a positive change, and the community is rallying to agree with us. As members of the Village Council, regardless of whether you agree with this effort or not, it must be clear now that this issue has enough community support to merit real discussion and to allow the voters to decide for themselves. We hope that you will actively partner with us to enable them to do so, free from any process obstacles or gamesmanship. My one parting request is to ask that the Village Council direct the village clerk to provide any support beyond the bare minimum required by law, but rather to a standard of active helpfulness that we would expect of our clerk and fellow community member, to assist in advancing the effort to place this question on the November ballot, ensuring that the voices of the community are truly heard and counted one way or the other. As a final reminder, anyone who would like additional details can visit our website at onevillageonevote.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have someone else?
Next person is Bob Furman.
Okay. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Bob Furman, 49 Clinton Avenue. Also a petitioner of One Village, One Vote. And pretty much in a nutshell, I want to say we elect council members to spend our tax dollars in the best interest of all residents. We elect school board members to work with the superintendent to provide our children the best and safest education. And I believe it makes sense to stop voter suppression and move all elections to November and get double the voter turnout and get double residents' voices heard. And regardless of which side you, or whether you agree or not, why would you not want to hear what taxpayers have to say regarding the election time? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next person is Hans Lieberman.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hans, you have to unmute yourself.
Now?
Okay, go ahead. I think you're unmuted.
Yeah. Good evening, Hans-Jürgen Lehmann, 234 Union Street. I have two items I would like to bring up with the council. The first concerns the events which have taken place over the last few weeks involving our police department and which have cast our village in a less than desirable light. My concern is with the silence coming from this council. Unless I am mistaken, I have not heard anything from this body. I think it is important for our political leaders to issue a statement providing some clarity on where you stand and what you will choose to do about what has happened. My second item concerns the petition signed by many residents asking for a vote on moving our municipal elections to the general election in November. Mine was one of those petitions, and I would like to know on what basis the decision was made to deny my petition. It is my understanding that the village clerk is afforded a period of time when she must give us an explanation of her decision. When might that explanation come? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next person is Stacy.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, everyone. My name's Stacy Loscalzo. I live at 174 North Pleasant Avenue. And I'm also a petitioner with One Village, One Vote. And just wanted to be on record saying similar to what Matt said. I just want the public to know that we had enormous support. I spoke with many villagers who were excited to hear that we were looking to change our election date. Many people that I spoke to felt that it made logical sense to vote once, do a lot of research, get all your facts together, and go to the polls and vote, as opposed to multiple elections. And my belief is that more people who vote, the better for our village. And I believe strongly that that will happen if we move all of our elections to November. So as both Bob and Matt have said, we're looking forward to continuing on with this process once we learn a little bit more about the certification. So looking forward to hearing from you all tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Stacy.
Okay, the next person is Tom Schmidt.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tom Schmidt, 326 Heights Road. First off, I wish everyone a speedy recovery from the storm, and thanks for all you're doing to help us get through that. I was actually just calling on the one vote as well, although I was a little surprised to hear about some of the deficiencies and some issues that may be arising, so hopefully hear from that from the village manager as we move through this meeting. Mine was simple as well. I think it's been a long time since I've seen a grassroots effort come up with such a common sense, logical solution for our village. The benefits seem to be quite obvious, saving a village over $100,000, increasing voter turnout, which I would have to think is the desire of everyone on a village council as it increases the participation of a community. And certainly it addresses some concerns of individuals in terms of security in and around schools and people going in and out. It strikes me as those reasons would dwarf any rationale to keep them separate. So again, the simple purpose of the call is to encourage the council to address those issues, recognize them, and at a minimum ensure that it gets on the ballot so that the community has the ability to speak on this issue. And again, I would say the hundreds and hundreds of people that signed the petition should certainly be a very strong signal to the council that this is what the community would at least like to see on a ballot. So thanks for your time, and I look forward to hearing more later on.
All right. Thanks, Tom.
Okay, next person is Kathy Marshall.
Hi, everybody. Hope all is well. My name is Kathy Marshall. I'm at 136 Linden Street. And I first wanted to take a minute to thank the Ridgewood Police Department who helped.
Oh,
Hold on.
hang on a minute, Kathy.
Hold on. Ooh. Okay, sorry about that.
Kathy, you want to just start again, please?
Yep.
Sorry.
No problem. This is Kathy Marshall. I live at 136 Linden Street. I hope you're all well. And I wanted to take a minute to thank the Ridgewood Police Department. They helped me out with an incident at my house overnight. And I've lived in Ridgewood for 26 years. And this is probably the third time I've had to call the police. And I've always found them incredibly responsive and very professional. So I just wanted to give a big shout out because I know yesterday was a difficult day for them all around. And the second thing I'd like to say is that I did sign a petition to put the One Village, One Vote issue onto the ballot in November, because I just really believe that in a democracy, the voice of the people should be heard. And I think that both sides of that argument should have a say at the referendum and put it on the ballot as a November question. So I'm looking forward to hearing what the decision is on the certification. But I just wanted to also say thank you to the Ridgewood Police. So that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Kathy.
And one more, Siobhan.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hey, my name is Siobhan Cran-Winograd, 274 Ivy Place. I hope you're all okay after the storm. It was super exciting to see One Village, One Vote on the agenda tonight. I know that the people who spoke before, we were so excited to see it move thus far. Although we're aware there's been some type of technical difficulty, we all did want to say that we're resolved to remedy it and resubmit, as that there's no denying at this point this is an important question for the public of Ridgewood to answer this November. And this November is particularly important because everybody in a presidential year will turn out en masse. So if we're really looking, November is always the best time, but in a presidential year, it's the bestest of time, if I could say that. Since our inception, we've highlighted three main reasons as to why to consolidate: security, cost, and turnout. And very important to note is that as we've had these community conversations, everybody agrees with all of those 3 points, but everybody assembles them in a different order. So when we were doing this, we paginated the issue, and some people spoke to security, some people spoke to the excessive cost that we're spending, and some people spoke to the turnout. What was also interesting to me was that even a small portion of the people who weren't sure if they would even vote yes on this felt that at this point the question needed to be asked, that the debate had gone on too long. And we had people who said, you know what, I'm going to take from now into November and decide how I want to vote, but there's no denying this is an interesting question. When we spoke with some of the younger college age students, because they were home and they kind of tapped into our initiative, they said they were shocked to hear that we had such an antiquated process, that not only is New Jersey an outlier as a state with very few that allow this, but Ridgewood is such an outlier when you look at the metrics of how many municipalities and school boards we have. And we're talking less than 20 in each case, sometimes less than 15, because I know Garfield just moved the other direction with the school board. We are super excited to hear what we did wrong tonight. And we're very much looking forward to continuing the discussion. We do want to thank everybody who's helped us thus far. And if anybody who's listening right now has any questions about our initiative, you can check out our video, all our paginated forms at onevillageonevote.com. And again, we're really grateful and we're welcoming the deficiencies so we can remedy, resolve this, and resubmit. And we look forward to being on the ballot in November. Right.
Thank you. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Jean Tyson, and I'm at 354 Fairfield Avenue in Ridgewood, and I am calling for a couple of reasons this evening. The first comment that I have is in reference to all of the first responders who worked yesterday. I know that it was an incredibly challenging day, and whether you're a firefighter or EMT or a police officer or in any other capacity, all of the first responders really deserve tremendous appreciation. So thank you for that. The second thing that I wanted to comment on is the One Village, One Vote opportunity. So for me, it's, I've worked with our government in one way or another throughout my journey. When I was in high school, I did an internship with a state senator instead of attending the last half of my senior year. And it was quite a tremendous experience. My job was to handle constituent complaints and to work with them. And the thing that I took away from that more than anything was that our role in the state senator's office was to do whatever it was to support our constituents' need to either understand how to get something done inside of the government, or if there was something they were having trouble working through. We were the first people that were there, and the senator really relied on us to help to make sure that those things were done. And I really appreciate whatever feedback we're able to get so that we can bring that ballot forward, the one village, one vote petition, and get that on the ballot for November. So I really thank you very much for listening this evening, and that's it.
Thank you, Jean.
And one more.
Okay. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record after you unmute. Good, there we go.
Ann Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I too would like to add my thanks, as well as I'm sure my husband would agree, for all the work that went on yesterday and through the night and today by the police, fire department, road, street gang, and everybody else. It was just fantastic how fast they've been working, and I really appreciate it. And they were putting their own lives at risk being out when the wind was blowing as hard as it was. I also would like to say something about some of the comments that have been heard tonight on One Village, One Vote. I found it rather shocking that there was an implication that the council and the village clerk might not cooperate, and that they needed to be reminded that they should cooperate. I thought that was most offensive. I have worked on a petition myself a number of years ago regarding the garage, and everybody was very cooperative. So I found that rather unfortunate to have that kind of commentary. I would expect nothing less than total cooperation from the village manager as well as the elected officials. The other thing I would like to remind everybody who's listening is that if we go to a November vote, you will not be allowed to vote on the Board of Ed proposed budgets. That is, it will take away your right to vote, your legal right to vote on the Board of Ed proposed budgets. That is the hugest part of our tax dollars, and I, for one, would never, ever want to give up my right to vote on anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Or anyone else?
Yes, one more.
Good evening. Please state your name and address
Hi.
for the record.
I'm Deborah Steinbaum. I live at 295 Grandview Circle, and I am one of the petitioners on One Village, One Vote. So I have two real issues I wanted to comment on, and I also did want to reach out and do a big thank you for all the first responders, because this was a crazy storm that we went through. I'm glad everyone is staying safe. On the issue of staying safe, you may have heard from me. I sent an email to all of the council members about requesting that we ensure that people visiting downtown are wearing masks. I happen to be a physician, and it's incredibly disturbing to me to walk around downtown, well, I don't, when people are not masked up. So I look forward to working with you in the future on making sure we can address that, and also address that our village representatives are wearing masks. So whether it's people in the village hall, which I know they're wearing masks there, but our police officers also around town have not been, which has been a bit distressing to me as a physician. Now, along that lines, being able to be part of the petitioning process is wonderful. We have received overwhelming support for the petition for the reasons enumerated, and the one reason that nobody has mentioned yet, which is we want to make voting as easy as possible, and consolidating elections does that. In a commuting town where many of us work long hours, it can be incredibly difficult for people who intend to vote in every election to actually get there and do it. It's our civic obligation, but when a train is late, it can ruin everything. When there's a traffic jam, it can ruin your desire and motivation to get there. So along with security for the schools and saving money and improving voter turnout, I think ease of voting is a really big issue that we need to address. I've had people reach out to me who I didn't ever expect to hear from, who said, oh my goodness, when I moved to town, I was shocked that we had this kind of antiquated system. People out there really are annoyed by the voting system that we have, because we've voted in many other places, many residents, and have never encountered a system like this. I will also, my final note is that in many other places where I've voted, when I've lived in other parts of the country, nonpartisan elections happen beautifully on the same day as an election for national issues where there are partisan elections. It's never been an issue in any election I've voted in before, and I don't see why it would be the case in Ridgewood. I don't know that Ridgewood is that different from the rest of the country in terms of voting proclivities. So I do think that I understand people's concern about partisanship, but I don't know that reality in everywhere else in the country has borne that out. So thank you. I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Deborah. Anyone else?
That is it.
Okay, great. So just two comments. Actually, just one comment, just because it was stated so often. I think we would be remiss if we didn't at least point out the $100,000 price tag on elections. I think that information seems to be inaccurate based on our own public record. So we should probably want to clarify that by next week, because I don't, if we, people come to public comment to make statements, that I think it's important that that information that's being made public be accurate. And also just, well, actually, that's it. Perfect. Very good. Okay, moving on.
Okay.
Manager's report.
Yes. So I just want to start with what many of our public comments indicated. Although Tropical Storm Isaias was fast moving, it caused 152 tree-related reports, 35 in Area A, 45 in Area B, 25 in Area C, and 47 in Area D. 6 trees fell on homes that we're aware of. Electrical wires are down in various areas throughout the village, causing power outages. I want to thank the police department, the fire department, EMS, parks, shade tree, streets, our OEM coordinator, who are all involved in the aftermath and continue working into the night yesterday, and also will do so this week and into next week probably, trying to get everything settled. Related to that, putting out storm debris, I did send out an e-notice this morning. So you have various options. You can put out your storm debris with your regular yard waste pickup. You can put it into the planting strip of your property between the sidewalk and curb, or at the edge of your property if you do not have a sidewalk or curb. Or you could bring your storm debris to the Lakeview Compost Center, which is at the end of Lakeview Drive from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. You will have to show your driver's license to prove you are a Ridgewood resident to go in there, and then they will help you with getting that out of your car. We ask that you do not bag storm debris unless it's a biodegradable paper bag, and do not bring it to the recycling center at this time, only because the volume itself would be overwhelming. We just ask, in addition, as our yard waste crews go through, if they do see them in the planting strip or at the edge of a property, they will pick them up as time permits in a day. Just make sure they're clear of overhead power and cables, not near water valves, gas valves, fire hydrants, fencing. Please don't call and ask that you have a special pickup. We are going to go around and continue to do so for the next couple of weeks. But we do ask that you get it out as promptly as possible so that, we can pick it up and then move on from there. Clearing of roads with downed trees, park and shade tree divisions, along with the street division, will continue to remove the downed trees from the streets. Always assume if there's a wire on the ground that it's live. Do not go near it. Do not go around it. I heard a horrifying, someone recounted to me that there were younger children who went underneath a tree that had fallen, and there were wires on it. So parents, please remind your children that these are live wires, most likely. And then down trees, once they can be removed once the wires are out of them. And so we need to wait for PSC&G to de-energize them and to confirm that they are dead before our tree crews can move in. Some areas of Ridgewood are without power, but as I've mentioned, please either go to outagecenter.pseng.com. My understanding is they update that at least several times a day. I think it's every hour or 15 minutes, they were saying. So, and they kind of indicate when they expect that they'll have power back to your area, or you can call them at 1-800-436-7734. We ask that you please don't call the police for power outage updates. They don't have that information. It all comes from PSC&G. Water usage, Ridgewood Water has switched to auxiliary power in locations throughout the water service area that are out of power to maintain pressure for firefighting. All Ridgewood Water customers are asked to please conserve water during this period, and water saving tips can be found on the Ridgewood Water website, which is water.ridgewoodnj.net. Do not remove barricades or caution tape on roads. You may think that the road should be open. The reason that it's there is because the road is not yet ready to be opened. And so we just ask that please don't remove that. We will remove that once we know it's a safe road for people to go onto. Also, I do want to mention that unfortunately a generator was stolen from the intersection of Lincoln and Godwin Avenue after midnight last night. It was powering the traffic lights at that location. And then after that, the power had come on. We went to retrieve the generator and it was gone. We actually put cable locks onto our generators, and the cable was actually cut. So anyone who has information about this, please call the Ridgewood Police Department and let them know if if you saw anything or if you know who took it, please notify them as soon as possible. These generators are used for that purpose in many storms, and for us to lose it, this has been the first time this has ever happened in our recollection. It's unfortunate. I do want to move on to saying Graden Pool is open. I know that it's as clear as the Caribbean. You can see your feet in the water. It's wonderful. Late season memberships are available, and they can be purchased on Community Pass. And the Water's Edge Cafe at the pool is open this summer as well. The Catcher Memorial Shell, which is located right here on Veterans Field behind Village Hall and the library, have music programs Tuesdays and Thursday nights. They start at 8:30 p.m. We ask you to please bring a chair or blanket. They are free to the public. We ask you to wear a mask and to socially distance on the field. Weather updates you can obtain after 6 p.m. at 201-444-1776. I know they also put up banners if they've canceled it due to weather as you're driving down the driveway to go to the parking lot of Village Hall and the library. This year, for the first time, the season will be extended by a couple of weeks, and some of the performances that should have been earlier in the season and we couldn't because we couldn't gather as many people are going to be done at the end of the season. So it's nice that we've been able to extend it for a couple more weeks. There are still some mini camps going on in August through our recreation department. We have Dynamite Art Camp with Abracadoodle, Multi-Sports Camp, Animation with Crediflix, Lego Flix, Golf with TGA Golf Adventures, Skateboarding Summer Camps, and Lacrosse with the U.S. Sports Institute. There will be a movie on the beach at Graden Pool this Friday, August 7th. Sonic the Hedgehog movie will begin at sundown. It's about 8:30 p.m. Admission is $5 cash per person. Bring a flashlight, a folding chair, or a blanket. The concession stand will be open, and the rain date is Saturday, August 8th. The Ridgewood Guild sponsors movies in Memorial Park at Venice Square in the middle of our central business district. Actually tonight, West Side Story is being shown, one of my favorite movies, and August 19th is The Sixth Sense. Admission is free. The movie starts at 8:30 p.m. And also bring a chair or blanket to enjoy this free movie, and also masks, please. Music in the Night is a free music program presented in the Central Business District by the Ridgewood Guild. Friday nights in July and August, talented up-and-coming musicians perform and enhance the outdoor dining experience. In addition, on Saturday nights, there are performances outside various locations such as Stella on Broad Street, and in Memorial Park at Van Ness Square, there is usually a band on Saturday night. The Chamber of Commerce sidewalk sale starts tomorrow, and it'll run August 6th, 7th, and 8th. Participants are listed on the Chamber website. The Chamber just announced, unfortunately, though, I do want to mention this now, that they are going to have to cancel the car show, which was scheduled for September, because there is no way to really socially distance the cars and the people going. So unfortunately, we'll have to look forward to 2021 for the car show. The farmers market is still open every Sunday from 9 to 3 p.m. The Bergen County Utilities Authority is providing a household waste collection. We're looking forward to that on September 12th, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Campqua Mountain Reservation. And Village Council upcoming meetings are all televised live and also are on Zoom. August 12th, 2020, next week, is our public meeting for August. September 2nd is the following work session at 7:30 p.m. and September 9th is the Village Council public meeting at 8 p.m. And that's all I have.
Okay, very good. Moving on to council reports, we'll start with Councilwoman Perrin.
Just a question for Ms. Mailander.
Sure.
You mentioned the Bergen County Utilities.
Yes.
Household waste or hazardous?
Hazardous, I'm sorry. It's hazardous waste. Yeah.
Okay.
So it includes aerosol cans, antifreeze, fire extinguishers, fluorescent lights, gasoline, paints and varnishes, pesticides. It's hazardous waste. Thank you.
The Open Space Committee met on July. Planning Board were new, and so the members went through the history of the committee, what they've accomplished in terms of Tabernacle Park, Shedler, Citizens Park, and also the properties that they are looking at for possibly becoming open space in the future. The purpose of the committee is to identify properties that could eventually be open space. And everyone commented how during a pandemic, you really see how important open space is to the public. There are openings on the committee, and there is an application form on the village website. So if you would like to work with the committee, please submit your application. Our next meeting will be August 20th at 7 o'clock. It may be at the stable, but we haven't firmed up exactly the location. The Central Business District Advisory Committee has the mission of boosting the viability of the Central Business District. We are looking into right now marketing to the new multifamily housing complexes, either first to people who are interested in signing a lease there, and partnering with the Newcomers Club, or also marketing to people who actually sign a lease and commit to living there. And in that situation, we would do a newcomers type of basket or bag with coupons for the downtown businesses and maybe some small gifts and that sort of thing. At our last meeting on July 23rd, Jeannie Johnson presented on Welcome Back Ridgewood, the campaign you've probably all seen downtown to bring residents back into town and visitors. We also talked about cardboard recycling in the Central Business District, which has stopped since the pandemic, and that is difficult for the merchants. And I met with the recycling director, Sean Hamlin, and Heather Nailander, and Rich Calby.
We're losing
Director
you.
of Public Works. Is that right?
Your voice, your microphone, something's wrong. Wait,
If I pull this closer to me, is that any better?
Much better.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. So I met with those members of village staff, and at our next meeting, they've offered to come and explain the situation to the members of the CBDAC, the Central Business District Advisory Committee. We were going to meet tomorrow, but because so many people don't have internet connection, we decided to put that off. We discussed also the mission statement and the bylaws of the CBDAC, as well as funding, and we have a subcommittee that's working on that. We revisited the question of a website to publicize the downtown businesses, and a subcommittee is also working on that. We do on this committee have 2 openings for residents. So again, the application is on the website, and if you'd like to apply, it's a very interesting committee. Chamber of Commerce, we met earlier in the month, and they're doing a lot of work for Welcome Back Ridgewood. Most recently, we've been working on signs for where the streets are blocked off. The signs are a little bit small, and we would like to make them bigger. And that way, drivers can know that, yes, indeed, behind these barriers, the businesses are open. You've probably noticed the Chamber of Commerce has an information booth on Saturdays and Sundays at the corner of Ridgewood Avenue and Oak Street on the Van Ness side for visitors. Let's see. So we are working on better signage, and the next meeting for the Chamber of Commerce will be August 12th at 8 a.m. And then my last committee, Green Ridgewood, met on July 21st. We voted to change our meetings to meet the first Thursday of every month. So our next meeting will be September 3rd. We discussed legislation that was pending, the Environmental Justice Bill, and it turned out that the Assembly didn't vote on that measure. And we also discussed the proposed New Jersey Transit power plant. And we will be discussing that again at the next meeting to see if that warrants any action on our part. We discussed leaf blower noise and whether the council can do any type of regulation because it's really loud and people have been complaining. We formed a subcommittee on that, and that subcommittee is working through it and will report at our next meeting on September 3rd. And that's it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilwoman Walsh?
My God, Pam, I'm exhausted. Okay, so Parks and Recreation actually does not meet in the summer, but I had the opportunity to talk with the chairman of Parks and Rec, Rich Brooks, and we talked about the initiatives that they've been working on, the challenges with parks, some of them being open or the social distancing aspects of it. One of the things that came up, and this also came up in Fields Committee, was that we often have individuals that are using our fields for uses that are typically not permitted, like if they don't go through our Fields Committee and tell them that they're using it for training. Sometimes personal trainers will show up and use the facilities. But when you do things like that, one, it's not permitted. Two, everything is organized through the Fields Committee calendar, so we have to make sure that there's no conflicts. But also, people are coming from different towns and using our fields. So there's a thought that maybe if somebody's going to be using the fields for smaller groups and they have permission, that maybe they can put some sort of a village lanyard around the coach or whoever that's using the fields to know that it's a permitted use, because we don't want residents going up to individuals and saying, we have field time, you have to get off, you have to go to another field. We want it to be fair. We want everybody to use the fields policy in terms of who gets to use the fields when, and we don't want any confrontations between groups that show up on the same field and try to use the same field at the same time. The other thing, I think it would be a good idea for us to let residents know the hours of operation of all of our parks. Many of you have seen some of the parks will say closes at dusk, or we'll have a sign saying that, used during the daytime. But I think we need to be able to let residents and any visitors to our village know when our parks are open. So I don't know if Signal has any signage, or they can maybe update our signage so that people know when a park opens, when it closes, and so that we have, again, everybody's aware of the time of day that they can use different parks. We are going to hope to do maybe a meet and greet towards the end of the month, so that I can meet with all the other members of Parks and Rec. I'm going to talk to Dylan about setting up a Zoom meeting for us. My Adopt a Senior program, we still have lots of seniors that are signing up. These are our most vulnerable residents, so we're absolutely taking volunteers that would help. We have some volunteers who've shopped 3, 4, 5 times for seniors. These seniors are social distancing, they're staying in their homes, they're being very vigilant. This COVID epidemic is still alive and well, and we need to make sure that we keep them safe. I've actually gotten calls from individuals from neighboring towns because they heard about it, or they see our public access channel that had the notes on it. So they call up thinking that maybe we can help them. So in towns where people call, we reach out to somebody in their town that can help them. But there is a need out there, so we're happy that we can help. We also are going to be working on an initiative in the CBD, a banner initiative to remind people that you should be wearing masks, not just for yourself and your family, but for all of our, parking enforcement officials, people who are shopping. We're really excited about it because it's basically a way of us coming together as a group to say, you know what, we're all in this together and we want to make sure that everybody's safe. And this will probably be the only time I'll get to say this in my life. I dropped a video today with Frank Mortimer on the Johns Hopkins University website for their Earth Day 50. Frank and I shot this video. It's a lightning talk. It's 3 minutes. We crammed a lot of stuff into 3 minutes. It was our novice attempt, but it was great. I had a lot of fun with Frank. For those that don't know him, he is our local apiculturist. And the video dropped today, so you can go see it on YouTube or on the the JHU site. And just let us know what you thought about it. And that's all I have.
Thanks. We'll be buzzing with excitement. Councilwoman Reynolds.
Hi. First, I really want to thank all the first responders yesterday. They did a great job. The road crews are doing a great job keeping everybody safe. Please respect the roads that are closed. Don't try and go under trees or under tape, anything like that. So thank you. Our planning board meeting was canceled last night, and I haven't had any other committee meetings in the summer, basically due to COVID. So that's it. Stay safe, everyone.
Great. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quickly, the Green team also met, and since they meet jointly with Green Ridgewood, our meetings have also changed to the first Thursday of the month. September 3rd will be the next meeting. And we've done that so interested members can attend planning board meetings and become more involved maybe with the planning process to see how our committees could help if there are any environmental issues that arise. So that's that one. I had a catch-up meeting basically with the Community Center Advisory Committee. They kind of brought me up to speed on some of the things that they've been doing. Obviously, a lot of things have changed because of the COVID situation. Hilt bus trips were canceled, and they're really working hard. Deanna Shevlick's working very hard at the community center to still reach out to our older residents and keep them engaged in smaller groups and different activities that we could get people together for, or just stay in communication with residents. So it's been a challenge all around, but the community center is doing a great job, and we're looking to get past this. The next, I had a meeting with representatives from the Central Business District Advisory Committee, and they were just kind of asking questions. They sort of wanted to know what different council members, how they viewed the downtown in maybe another year. And well, I kind of threw that question back because I said, given our current situation, so many things could change. There's, approximately 250 apartments with more residents than that are going to shortly be added to the Central Business District. You had trends that were already in place, like online shopping taking the place of retail shopping, in-person brick and mortar. And that's only been accelerated by COVID. And there's even projections out there that 60% of the restaurants that closed during this pandemic may not open again. So it's there are a lot of things that, trends that were in play that are accelerated. The pandemic hasn't helped anything. So what's the Central Business District going to look like in a year? It's probably one of the most challenging times right now to ask that question than in any period in the last 10 years. So, everybody's kind of trying to put their heads around what's going on and just come up with scenarios of what might happen. But if you remember, before the financial crisis of 2008, Ridgewood was known for its many banks, and a lot of those banks got swallowed up and bought out and merged and failed and everything else. And then there were a little less banks and the restaurants came in. So after this, it could be something else. So it was an interesting conversation. And I look forward to continuing it with the residents and members of the Central Business District Advisory Committee. And then I think that was everything. So thank you. That's my report.
Great. Thank you. So just a few things. I too will thank all of our first responders for getting out there yesterday. OEM, police, fire, EMS, special ops. We do have special ops. They were out and about, and really they do put their lives at risk. I also want to thank the village manager. She was up early yesterday morning in conference calls with PSC&G. I was in those conference calls. OEM was there, and trying to make certain that our residents were informed with all the details that they needed to access emergency information, PSC&G outages, whatever they needed to make certain they understood how to access that information, to make certain that people were helping and looking out for each other and elderly neighbors, special need neighbors that are not necessarily paying close attention or have access to this type of information the way we dispatch it so quickly. And I also want to just thank the Ridgewood community, because everybody was like really great. We had on my street, we had a number of very large tree limbs that came down. Wires were a mess, and everybody throughout Ridgewood, no matter what neighborhood you're in, no matter where you're at, our village community really leans in, and everybody helps each other, and it's a really great feeling to be here and knowing that everyone is supporting each other in difficult times. I wanted just to respond to a comment that was actually made earlier about masks. We are working to promote masks on social media. We know that the only way we're going to get out of this current situation with pandemic with COVID-19 is to encourage everybody to wear masks. Whether you believe it or not, it becomes almost irrelevant, because a mask can't hurt you. It can only help. So it's kind of like that ounce of prevention is a benefit to all. The Library Board of Trustees met last week. We had our financial reports. Everything was fine. The library had a capacity number. I believe that capacity number was 90. They were only allowing 30 at a time. They weren't hitting that 30 number. So my suggestion, and everyone decided that to increase that somewhat to hopefully hit the number that they're comfortable with. Additionally, we see a lot of tents outside, and Charles was good enough to put some lighting so that makes it a little bit easier to read. And I know lots of folks were out there just charging devices yesterday under the tent and getting comfortable there. So we appreciate all the work that the library does. We did have closed session conversation with the Library Board of Trustees, and some of that I'm going to bring back next week. I believe I can bring it back to Village Council also, just to have some conversation about some stuff that's council related. And yes, Planning Board was canceled, so that one is off the table. And I think that's it. That's all I have. I'm sorry. One more thing. Heather, we didn't put on the agenda the survey, right? So we never.
We didn't.
Okay.
We can discuss it under the pedestrian mall, or if you want, we can discuss that now. Because we have a couple of exciting things to discuss, right?
Yeah. So why don't we wait until we get there, and this way we don't.
It's at the very end of the meeting.
Yeah. No, I saw, but I wasn't sure that was included in that.
Do you want to do it now?
No, we'll do it. We'll wait till the end. Okay. It's all good. All right. Very good. With that, we'll be moving on.
Okay, so we have a couple of discussion items which are going to go on to our special public meeting, which will be held as soon as we discuss these items. The first is under budget, awarding contract under state contract for a 2020 Ford F-550 Super Cab. This was actually discussed on July 8th and should have been on the July 15th public meeting. It was a two-part resolution, and there were two different resolutions that made up the purchase. And for some reason, this resolution was overlooked. So this is something you've already discussed and approved, so that we are putting on this special public meeting. The next one, we're going to discuss the pilot program for the grab and go spaces. We have to discuss, first of all, we have two different ordinances which are up for hearing. One is, and this is for the fees for the grab and go. One has a weekly rate of $100, and then the other one has the daily rate, I believe, of $20 a day. So we have to decide which of those two we're going to adopt and which we're going to defeat. So do you want to start there?
Sure, it sounds like a really good place to start. All right, so we have, I think those two, so we, just so everybody knows, and I don't know, so everybody's clear, we have the ordinance and then we have the fees for that ordinance. So there was some discussion, the village council determined when we first discussed it, I think it was $20 a day. And then there was a little bit of pushback from the business community suggesting it should be less than that, could be less. And so rather than delay this grab and go effort program, delay from going into effect, the thought was, well, let's get two ordinances, as you all know, and determine which one we felt was the better. And so we have these $20 a day or the $100 a week. And the reason we have that resolution for the pilot program is because, once again, even at the $100, I think there's a little bit of pushback that might be too much. And so we determined that, and our CFO, Bob Rooney, was very instrumental in helping with this. We determined that maybe we could do a pilot program and test market pricing at a little bit lower than where we're at, but we have to be cognizant of, you know, we have obligations as well. This is our revenue stream. So again, it gets to that $100 a week, which is the 6-day grab and go spaces, and that's all day, or the $20 a day, which is $120 for the week, and then we'll make that adjustment in the pilot. So the first discussion is the $20 a day versus the $100 for the week. So I open it up. Unless that was confusing to me.
I'll jump in real quick.
Great.
So you mentioned all day. So it's when the meters start, I'm assuming.
Yes.
So if somebody comes into town early for a cup of coffee or whatever, and they park there, they would be able to park in that space until the meters start, correct? Or is it going to be all day? No one other than grab and go can park there.
So I guess technically it's from the hours, the meter hours. So it is from the time the meters start, and we actually base the rate on the start times. But I guess it's a good question. If the sign says grab and go only, or grab and go 15-minute, I almost feel that to avoid any confusion, just make it grab and go all the time, if that helps.
Yeah. Again, you know, it makes sense to not have any confusion, because if somebody parks there and then somebody else thinks that it's a grab and go, as long as we clear that up, because I know sometimes when we do these ordinances, we don't go into the minutia like this, so we'll make sure we do it this time. And then parking enforcement is going to be parking enforcement as usual. So if somebody parks there and is longer, they're aware that they will get a parking ticket if they don't abide by the rules.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Yeah. So I would be in favor of the 100 a week. That's what I would be in favor of.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So I figured out if somebody was in that spot 11 hours a day, Monday through Friday, and then on Saturday it's 8 hours, right? It's from 10 to 6 on Saturdays. The money that would be generated in town with the kiosk, you're saying, I know the rule of thumb is the kiosks garner you 20 to 30% more. Because there's no more overlapping. So with just figuring out 20% and it being used all of the hours, it comes out to about $104.50 for the week. So if we get 100, we don't want to lose any revenue, because right now we really need the revenue. So I think $100 is fair as well, because that's less than we would get if somebody was using it all of the time.
I agree with Councilwoman Reynolds. I mean, that's as long as we're not losing any revenue and, we're able to offer the service, then we should at least try it at that point and see where it goes.
I also favor the $100 fee instead of the $20 a day. However, I think this is an even more guaranteed stream of income because the businesses will be paying for it as if it were fully occupied every minute of the day. Whereas on a day that it rains, people don't come downtown that much, or if it snows. And so in the future, in this pilot project, we might consider less than $100.
So I think it's a great point. The only thing is that no matter what the weather, since it's a grab and go and someone's in their car and they could be getting food delivered to their window, I kind of feel that it would be used on those days of inclement weather, perhaps even more than when it's nice out. So it's possible that it has exactly the opposite of what Councilwoman Perrin's saying. Who knows? But I guess we'll know at some point soon. So yeah, I agree with the $100 a day. So that means we'll adopt the $100 a day and defeat the
per week.
I'm sorry.
Good day.
Really good revenue stream a week. I'm sorry. Bob's like sitting up in his chair going, yeah, go. And we'll defeat the $20 a day ordinance. So then we circle back to the resolution to do the pilot program. And so what's important here is that before we get going with the $100, there's this idea to go even lower to see what kind of interest this garners at a lower price. And so and this is only, I believe it's about 6 weeks. Is that roughly?
It's till September 30th.
Yeah,
so
September 30th.
It would go from basically tomorrow or Friday to September 30th.
Right. So for those applications that come in during that period, they would be charged whatever this resolution pilot program. And then I think we would have within the first couple of weeks, by the time we start to meet in September, I think we'll have a pretty good idea of whether or not this is working, and we can gauge how to move forward. So now we put it out there as to if we're doing a pilot program at either $100 or less than $100, what's the number that everyone feels comfortable with? I mean, I have an idea in my mind, but I'll throw it out first to everyone else.
Wait, what's the question?
So on a pilot program, we want to start the pilot program from now until September 30th at a somewhat of a lower price than the $100. So we're going to do by resolution a lower price for the grab and go spaces, just to get it kind of kickstarted, to see what kind of interest, and that will help us better gauge whether or not there's enough interest and how to proceed from there. So I'm kind of thinking like $75 a week as the pilot program, just to kind of get some excitement and get these applications moving, because the sooner we do that, the sooner, everybody has that opportunity to use those grab and go spaces.
So I'll just make this comment, and I know we talked about it in our last meeting. I've driven by the train station several times, and it's an empty lot. So, I feel that if you went to the 75, yes, that would be great for us to get this initiative moving, because we really need to bring people back into the downtown. We need to get people out and about, because while we're working on this simple initiative, I think there are people that are still shying away, and if we can encourage them whatever way we can, it would be great.
Anyone else?
I agree with that. I think that's a good idea. And I think for the restaurants, $75 a week, you have to remember that it's not one restaurant paying that full amount. They're going to be partnering with others, so it's really very minimal when it comes down to it. So it's hopefully a win-win situation where we'll get them excited and we'll get people excited to come down and do the grab and go.
Yeah, and I was kind of thinking of a number about like $80, but 75, it's close enough because you don't want it too low where maybe it would make sense for one or several restaurants to get together, and then if you bring it back up to whatever the original fee is, the actual fee is going to be after the pilot program, which is $100 a week, then maybe it doesn't work for them. But I think this is close enough that you can get enough people to jump on board if they really want to jump on board. And given the 6-week time trial, we can see, exactly what the data is coming in, how many people are using these spots, how they're functioning, how traffic's flowing. It gives us a lot of good information that we don't really have right now, and we can base our next decision on whether or not to make this permanent on a lot of that data that comes in. So, yeah.
Pam?
I would go for the 75 if we add one more variable. And I would like to try in the pilot, based on what Chief Lutke said, that people would not be required to stay in the vehicle during the 15 minutes. I think that makes it much more attractive to the residents. And
what are you going to do in 15 minutes though? If you're there to get your food and you try and run an errand or something, you're going to be there longer for 15 minutes, which defeats the whole purpose of moving that space in and out, and just using it for people who are going downtown, who are nervous about walking into a location. You're staying in your car. I know there are people that haven't gone downtown because they're still afraid, but if they could stay, if they know they're going to stay in their car, somebody's going to put the food in their trunk, they're going to use the grab and go.
I hear you, but I've had many conversations with retailers who say, I can't make my mortgage, and you're closing off the streets on Saturdays and Sundays and now Fridays as well, maybe. And I can deliver. Somebody can pick up their dry cleaning within 15 minutes, or pick up their shoes. The florist, she can't have anybody pick up flowers right now because there's just not enough parking. She could do more business at 15 minutes if somebody could come into her store. So the reason I suggest that is because of my conversations with various businesses, particularly on Oak Street.
So I think that, and I guess this always goes to the confusion of the premise of the whole grab and go. God bless you. I had always understood, and I think this is where we had that conversation, that discussion back and forth. Was the grab and go an effort to encourage people who were fearful of getting out of their vehicles, under the present health crisis? They were fearful, and this was a way that they were pulling up in their car, and somebody was coming out to their vehicle and putting something in their car, or if they were still fearful of getting out, they had a passenger who was okay with doing so. So I think that was always the confusion as to what was the basis of the grab and go during the height of COVID-19, and then how it applies to today, and what the concerns and fears, apprehensions are today. So I think that's something, but I think if that's baked into the ordinance now, correct? So yeah, and that now would become a substantive change, and that would be a problem, I'm certain. So I think that I think we should adopt the ordinance at the $100 a week right now, and let's do the pilot program and see how that works out. And then in the at our first work session in September, we can put that on the agenda for discussion as an evaluation. One of the things that'll come up at the end of the meeting for the pedestrian mall is that survey that Dylan and I and actually Heather organized very quickly. And so we can actually do another one of those and reevaluate, rethink, regroup. But I think right now we would have to adopt the ordinance and the resolution if we want to proceed. Otherwise, we're stuck. But I did have one question. Wait, let me ask Pam. Would that be okay with you?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Because we don't want to delay it. I don't think we want to do anything to delay. Heather, I just did have one question about the ordinance, and because sometimes when we get the electronic packet, I get the completed one after all my notes are in there. And I went back and I looked at my notes and I saw that one of the things in the ordinance says that the grab and go space would be purchased by a business for that specific business. But I recall that we
that was taken out.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Yeah,
So
we didn't.
it's not in the new version.
No.
I thought it was, but okay.
Yeah, we did not include that.
Okay, so what we've concluded is we're going to do the adopt the $100 a week, defeat the $20 a day, and adopt the resolution to allow for the pilot program at $75 a week. Okay, so we're all good?
Yeah, yes. And
Yep.
so I have one more that we're going to discuss, which is confirming endorsement of the home funds for United Way Madeline Housing Partners. They're building the Ridgewood supportive housing over in the former Steel Funds building. And so this is similar in a way to the Community Development Block Grant, where it requires the governing body to authorize it to be applied for. It doesn't obligate any of our funds whatsoever, but we are required to authorize it. So I'm assuming we're all in favor of that, since this is part of our affordable housing fair share settlement, right?
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions on that? No? Okay. And does Matt have anything to add?
Heather said it fine. It's just it's an endorsement of United Way's effort to get funding for their project. So
yeah, and it's a really great project, one we're all going to be really proud of. So hopefully
absolutely,
yeah, it's exciting. Okay.
Okay, so that's all the discussion items to go to the special public meeting. Just remember that the first ordinance 3806, you're actually going to vote to defeat. So someone will have to say, I move that it be defeated, instead of saying after we close the public hearing. Okay?
Right. No, I know. So that's 3806 is the one we're defeating.
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay. So why don't we take a motion to suspend the work session to convene this special public meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Perrin,
Pam?
Pam,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes. Okay. We'd like to call this meeting to order. Special public meeting of the Village Council, August 5th, 2020, and the time is 8:43 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, directed by permission to all persons entitled, same as provided by law, of a schedule including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perrin,
Here.
Councilwoman Reynolds,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Seaton,
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Here.
Mayor Knudsen.
Here. I move the clerk read ordinance 3803 by title on second reading of the public hearing thereon be open.
Second. Oh.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3803?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-18, Regulations Not Exclusive, and Section 265-19, Parking Prohibited at All Times.
The public hearing is now open. Dylan,
He's looking.
I have no raised hands.
Great. Okay. We'll just give it one more second. I move the public hearing be closed.
Add a second.
Second.
Karen,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3803 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Karen,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes. Okay. I move the clerk read ordinance 3805 by title on second reading and the public hearing thereon be open.
I have a second.
Second.
Thank you. Karen,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3805?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-1, Definitions, and 265-23, Time Limit Parking, and Section 265-26, Loading Zones, and Section 265-34, Unlawful Acts.
Okay. The public hearing is now open.
Showing none. Give it a minute.
Yep. Okay. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Ordinance 3805 be adopted on second reading and final.
Wait, no, wait. Hang on. We have to take a roll call. Who did the second on that?
I did.
Pamela.
Okay, Pam, go ahead.
Karen,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3805 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
May I have a second?
Second.
Karen,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3806 by title on second reading and the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the
No, we need to do a roll call first.
Karen,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3806?
Thank you. An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood fees at Section 145-6, enumeration of fees relating to code chapters.
Public hearing is now open.
I'm showing no raised hands and no dial-ins.
Great, we'll give it a second. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Karen,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3806 be defeated on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Karen,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3807 by title on second reading, the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Lorraine.
Lorraine.
Lorraine, your voice is very fuzzy.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
No.
No, she's got that garble. Had to fix it.
Karen,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3807?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood fees at Section 145-6, enumeration of fees relating to code chapters.
Public hearing is now open.
I'm showing no raised hands.
Give it a minute. I move the public hearing be closed.
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen,
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3807 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
I second the motion.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yeah.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes. On to resolutions.
The following resolutions, number 20-225 through 20-226, will be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. The resolutions will be read by title only. Confirm endorsement of Bergen County Home Investment Partnerships application, Bergen County's United Way Madeline Housing Partners Incorporated for Ridgewood Supportive Housing. Award contract under state contract 2020 Ford F550 diesel super cab truck, Water Department, $55,084.
Someone, a motion?
Second.
No, who moved it?
I move it first.
I move it.
And a second.
Second.
Thank you. Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yeah.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes.
The following resolution, number 20-227, will be considered separately and read in full. Sorry. Whereas due to the COVID-19 pandemic, restaurants and other food establishments are prohibited from opening indoor seating to the public. In addition to retail, service, and professional office businesses are limited as to the number of customers that may do business indoors. Whereas at the height of the health crisis, curbside pickup provided Ridgewood businesses an opportunity to continue to operate despite the pandemic. And whereas during the time that the Village of Ridgewood was not charging at the parking meters, curbside pickup spaces were established near every restaurant and food business that requested them, making it easy for customer pickup. And whereas in June, the village resumed charging at the parking meters, which eliminated the curbside pickup spaces. Whereas the village council has adopted ordinances to establish grab-and-go spaces for use by customers of food establishments, retail, service, and professional office businesses, which will be paid for in advance as established by ordinances. And whereas the village council of the Village of Ridgewood would like to establish a pilot program for the grab-and-go spaces in order to evaluate the effectiveness, pricing, and location of grab-and-go spaces and to determine how to proceed moving forward. Now therefore be it resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the village establish a pilot program for the grab-and-go spaces from August 6, 2020 through September 30th, 2020, and that during the pilot program, the fee for each grab-and-go space established shall be
$75.
75 No, per space?
Yes.
$75 per space per week shall require an application and prepayment consistent with ordinance number 3805. And be it further resolved that the payment for the grab-and-go spaces shall be paid in full for the entire duration of the pilot program at the time of application in order to participate in the pilot program.
So moved.
I'm sorry, who was that? Pamela?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Eden?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Knudsen?
Yes. Okay.
And may I have a motion to close?
So moved.
Second.
Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yeah.
Eden?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Knudsen?
Yes. And with that, we're back at our regular work session. So moving on.
So the next item is a certification of the petition for One Village, One Vote. On July 6, 2020, an initiative petition for the November 3rd, 2020 election was submitted to the village clerk's office for review and filing. NJSA 40:69A-184 permits the voters of a municipality to file a petition for a municipal regulation or ordinance to be placed on the ballot for the next November election. The process for submitting the petition is defined therein and in the ensuing statutes. Upon review by the village clerk's office, it has been determined that the petition submitted is deficient because of the following issues. Number one, The petition form is deficient because it does not provide the ordinances that are being sought for consideration. There are two distinct ordinances proposed by the petitioners in this process that must be written in full and placed before the voter who signs the petition. The petitioners did not provide the ordinance for the voters to review on the petition before signing. Number two, although the petitioners submitted a verified certification of circulator, which states the following, quote, that I and the other circulators and no others personally circulated the foregoing papers, and I believe that each signature to the paper appended is a genuine signature of the person whose name it purports to be, unquote. Based on information and belief, the method or process by which this petition was circulated was not personally circulated to each voter who may have signed and returned the petition. It is also believed that the petition was circulated on a website or copied and posted by persons who are not the listed circulators and thereby not controlled by the circulator's page and not controlled by personal invitation and was open to the public. In that regard, there is no control or oversight over the authenticity of the personal signatures on the petition, and the listed circulators were not the only persons who circulated the petition documents. That's my report and certification. I do want to mention, though, that the petitioners did have a sufficient number of signatures in order to put it onto a ballot, but the deficiencies must be corrected.
And just for the record, I think that the statute also provides the circulators with a 10-day period starting tomorrow to correct these deficiencies. So.
Okay. All right. Very good. And so is that something now you send to them? Is that like it's an official certification? Is that what that is? Or is this technically the notification?
This is a notification. I can certainly send them that in writing so that they have it.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful.
Sure. And so, yes, the statute provides that I report to the governing body as the municipal clerk at the next available meeting, which was this evening's meeting. So, but I will certainly also provide it to the petitioners.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Heather, can I ask a question about the process because of COVID? Mm-hmm. I know that when we all ran for council, we had to pound the pavement and get the signatures, but is it my understanding that they can't go door to door, or that the state is not allowing them to do it, and that's why it's electronic?
They're not allowing them to do it. They're providing that they could do it by online. So it doesn't, the concern is that whether or not I'm a petitioner and then, handing it to certain people online or not, or is it just going to a website and clicking a button and signing from there.
So just so that we're clear, we're not conflicting with what the state is like. Obviously, these are residents. We want, whether we agree or disagree with this initiative. Almost 600 residents participated in it, and we want to make sure that the process is fair. So, to avoid any confusion, if the state is saying that they can, get the signatures one way.
Rogers.
Bernie, there was an executive order that came down that suspended the requirements of going door to door and provided that they could do it online. The issue that we brought up are twofold. Number one, the petition has to bear the ordinances. And in fact, when they wrote the petition out, it had a question on it. The second aspect of it is that they have to attest or at least provide that certification that the signatures that genuinely believe that the, let me get the wording for it. Hang on just a second. That the, and I believe that each signature to the paper appended is the genuine signature of the person whose name is purported to be. There has to be some controls over how the signatories or how the circulators know, or at least can identify that these are genuinely the signatures of the people who were on it. And what they do is that they require that the circulators submit or at least put out to individuals or personal emails they basically invite them to sign the petition. What happened here is that they sign a certification, which is required by the executive order, that they believe that they are genuinely the signatures of the people that signed the petitions. However, when it's disseminated, or at least the invites are sent out by people who are not the circulators, there's hardly any oversight over who these people are that are contacted and are signing and sending it back. So our interpretation is that there has to be some controls. If the circulators are going to say that they are the only ones who circulated the foregoing petition, then they've got to be the ones that do it. So that's the discrepancy. That's the deficiency that's in the process that was used that we can see.
Okay. Can I ask for a clarification? So if I understand this executive order, the circulators do not have to be in the same room as the signatory when they sign.
True.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we just let them, send that to the, it's 5 circulators, is that, do we have that number? It's 5 circulators. So why don't we make certain, I think we have all their email addresses. So why don't we make sure they have that on record so for their files, and this way they know it precisely. I think sometimes it's just easier to see it in writing than hearing it. So for me anyway, it is, but okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay. So our next report is from Robert Rooney, our Chief Financial Officer, on our bond and note sale.
The first was for $32,197,000 general obligation bonds, which consisted of $15,197,000 general and $17 million in water. The effective interest rate that we received on that was 1.501%. Successful.
Wait. Say it one more time.
Just go back to, I think it was 17 million. Was it 17 million?
$17 million in water.
Right. Okay. Go back to that 17 million. But you're all kind of where Lorraine was underwater. You sound like you're like in fireworks.
Okay. I don't know how to fix that. How's it sound now?
Oh, much better.
We'll keep moving forward. We had 9 bidders. Morgan Stanley was the successful bidder, and the effective interest rate on the sale was 1.501%, which is fantastic. Half hour later, we sold $12,492,000 worth of short-term debt, bond anticipation notes. We had 7 bidders for that issue. Morgan Stanley was the successful bidder, and the effective interest rate on that sale was 0.345%. So just to put that into perspective, on $12.5 million, we will be paying only $44,000 of interest for the year. So we've asked our financial advisors to critique where we fell out with similar issues, and we excelled over all of them as to the effective rates that we've obtained. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
That's good news. Okay, so our discussion items, our first one is under Ridgewood Water, awarding a contract for polyphosphate pumps for corrosion control. In accordance with the US EPA and NJDEP lead and copper rules, Ridgewood Water must provide disinfection and corrosion control to prevent bacteria and viruses and lead and copper from leaching into the water supply. To accomplish this, the utility feeds sodium hypochlorite and orthopolyphosphate into the system. In order to do that, they pump it in, and so it's manufactured by Prominent, and that's only available through GP Jagger Inc. of Boonton, New Jersey. They are the only authorized direct agent for sale of these pumps. The recommendation is to award the purchase of this contract for these pumps in the amount not to exceed $46,000 to GP Jagger Inc. of Boonton, New Jersey, and funding is in the water utility operating budget.
Any questions?
Yes.
Okay.
In the subject line, this refers to pumps plural, but when I look at the estimate from Jager, it looks like there's only one. I'm not sure I'm reading this right.
Okay.
One pump? Is it several?
Yeah, Mr. Calvi can answer that question.
Now, I noticed the same thing on your copy, that the quantity column is blank. So let me get you the answer to that question.
Okay. So again, the amount not to exceed is $46,000, but we will get that answer to you before next week's meeting. The next item is awarding state purchasing contract change order number 1 for chlorine analyzers and supplies. We awarded the service contract to Hatch Company for maintenance of the pH, chlorine, and phosphate analyzers purchased under New Jersey State Cooperative Purchasing Contract. At this time, and that was for $65,000. At this time, an additional $35,000 is required to purchase additional items which were not anticipated at the time of the contract award. This includes things such as TOC test kits, the chem keys, chemical reagent standard cell solution salt bridge, and also the color meter gear assembly housing materials. I'll have Mr. Calvi go into a little bit of detail about what those items are, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. Thank you, Heather. So essentially what's occurring this season, and it's a good thing, good and bad. Well, we're using a lot of water. So when that happens, we go through a lot of supplies quicker. So back when we did the initial request for this, we had anticipated the amount of supplies we would need. And now based on the volume of water that's being put out and produced into the system, we need to add an additional amount of supplies to do the analyzing work that's both out in the field at the stations, and some of this equipment is also for the lab. The actual particulars of each item I put in the memo itself. So it's a combination of what's utilized in the lab and out in the field for testing, total organic carbon in the water, a level of chlorine, phosphate, other chemical constituents that are important to managing the level of chlorine, phosphate, and other contaminants that are in the water. So our lead chemist, he's the one who utilizes these supplies on a daily basis just to maintain the safe quality of the water.
Questions?
I do have a question.
I have, you go ahead, Pam.
With regard to the chemical reagents, it says these instruments give us real-time data that is relayed back to our SCADA system to show the operator that chemical residuals out in the system are at certifiable concentrations. I don't understand how they send that information back.
Sure. So all our treatment systems where we have chemical treatment via the form of chlorine for disinfection and the phosphate for corrosion control, all those systems, those pumps, and the level readers that have these chemical reagents in it that mix with the water and determine the level of the treatment, they respond back to our SCADA system live. So our operators know how much chemical is in the water. So we're not exceeding the limit and that we're meeting the minimum that's required. So that's it all ties directly into SCADA and is monitored 24/7, 365, by our operators. That way we don't have violation. The reagents are the actual chemicals that mix with the water to determine that level, and then there's an electronic device that communicates it back.
Is it sampling? Or is it looking,
It's
does it change the
sampling
color?
live. It's sampling live, changing color, and being read by the analyzer without any human activity. It's seamless. I don't know if you were around at the time, but about 4 or 5 years ago, we actually had a well that exceeded the chlorine limits before we had this capability, and put water out into the system above the maximum limit. We had to go out and flush hydrants in the area just to get the chlorine out of the system. So it's very important that we have this ability now to monitor it.
it's an amazing system, actually. It's pretty good.
Okay. Any other question?
I guess the only question I had was, I'm assuming a lot of this is COVID related because you have people in their homes and nobody's leaving when we would normally be at work or at school. You now have full households in the house all the time using all the facilities. So
washing your hands 12 times a day for 20 seconds each time.
Right. So I guess is there any words of wisdom that you're seeing within the industry in terms of anything that we should change in terms of so many people using it, and the hospitals I'm assuming is using a lot more than ever anticipated.
It's just starting where you began. It's definitely COVID related and weather related.
Yeah.
The last 3 seasons we went through were very wet. So it was, people quickly forget what 2015 and 16 were like. We had very dry drought years. I think 2015 in September, October, we actually went to stage 4 water restrictions. But since then, with the implementation of the 2-day-a-week watering and the wet weather that we had, we're able to manage well. And we're finding that this season in particular, with everybody home, starting in March, water usage did start to go up. Very minor increases. But then this summer became very dry and hot very early. We saw a very big spike in production in June, which typically wouldn't happen until the middle of July. And then it carried right through July, whereby this July was probably one of our biggest producing months that we've seen in a while. It actually beat out 2016 by about 40 million gallons.
Wow.
So I think it's a combination of everything you said, everybody at home, but also the dry weather. But what everybody could do, what we found that's successful, if you just water your lawn twice a week, give it that inch of water a week, those 2 days a week, the way they're laid out on and even, work very well for us to operate. The Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays allow us to recover. On a Monday, we recover from the Saturday and Sunday watering, and then Thursday and Friday we recover from Tuesday, Wednesday, and set up for that weekend watering. If everybody adheres to that, and we think right now we got about 50% compliance based on what we see in the numbers. Wow. If we could get that up to 75%, we could ride, stage 2 forever and, be compliant, produce the water that everybody needs to stay safe and protect fire flow. We've been maintaining pressure and putting a lot of water out there, and, people need to use it this time to keep their hands clean and clean their clothes and all the cooking they're doing at home.
Maybe we could ask the participant communities, Wyckoff and Midland Park, that they could make an announcement at their council meeting to conserve and stay. Because I know that Ridgewood's usually at the top of compliance, and maybe the other communities weren't as compliant as we were. So maybe just a reminder to them, since they are in our system.
Yeah, I do it consistently. Actually, today was maybe the 4th or 5th reminder I sent out to them this morning, taking advantage of, any communications they might be doing today. Heather put in the e-notice today out to village residents, because we are truly operating on over 50% of our system on emergency power. So I reached out to the administrators in, all 4 towns and, including others, the village manager, and, said, please, if you're going to communicate to your residents, please let them know our situation, that we're continuing to let the flow go out there. We're maintaining pressure, but we need everybody to conserve because we're operating on 50% generator power.
Yeah.
We're using a lot of fuel. It could be days till we return back to the grid.
Yeah.
So we need everybody to do their part to make sure we could continue doing what we've done for the past day and a half, with the storm.
Yeah, good work.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item is under parking. The Hudson Street Garage needs stop signs in various locations. One is as the vehicles exit the Hudson Street Garage, they do need to make a right-hand turn since it's a one-way street, so we'll have a no left-hand turn and also a stop sign. So they wait to see if there are any pedestrians or cars passing in front of that exit. Also, there will be a stop sign needed at the bottom of the ramp from level 2 to level 1. And then also a stop sign on the north side of the garage, directing vehicles entering the garage from the north parking lot, the parking lot that's behind the garage. So all of these ordinances will be enacted, and then it can be enforced as well if we do have people who don't obey them. Any questions? Okay. The next subject matter is budget. The one is awarding under a cooperative purchasing contract a 2019 Ford F-350 pickup for the water pollution control facility. It's replacing a 2008 pickup used by the water pollution control facility. It's no longer viable to repair. It has 66,079 miles on it. There were residual capital funds from our purchase of a sludge hauling truck for water pollution control. And so those residual funds are enough to purchase this F-Ford 350 as well as a snowplow attachment. It's a Ford F-350 Super Cab under state contract to Route 23 Auto Mall in Butler, New Jersey. It's not to exceed $39,845, and the intent, as well as using it for the water pollution control facility, is to use it in the snow plowing fleet as well.
I just want to point out, according to my spreadsheet, it's a 2010.
Oh, okay.
Right? I think it's a 2010.
Was it? Okay, it said 2008. But
Yeah,
yeah.
well, I don't know if that changed anything, but it does say 2010.
Okay. Okay, the next item actually is related to it. This is the snowplow part for that for the F-350 pickup. This is a Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Program. It is through FDR Hitches in Hawthorne, New Jersey. It's not to exceed $5,747.60. So the recommendation is to purchase both of them. And then I just wanted to go down to number 8, and that's declaring property surplus, and that's the truck that we're replacing. So all 3 of those actually go together. So that'll complete the purchase. The next is awarding under a state contract model year 2020 John Deere HVAC utility vehicle for solid waste. This is through the Educational Services Commission of New Jersey purchasing program, and it's Deere and Company of Cary, North Carolina, in an amount not to exceed $27,690.05. This vehicle is required so that they can collect solid waste in the central business district, including the train and bus stations, and it'll also service the new Hudson Street parking garage. And this is in our capital account.
Is that like, what kind of vehicle is it? I mean, is it like a quad with a...
It's a smaller size vehicle that can get into those spaces. Mr. Calvi may have more information, I'm not sure.
It's, I don't know if you've ever seen the Clean Communities vehicle that gets driven around the CBD by the one gentleman, solid waste. It's a small enclosed vehicle with 4 wheels. It's got a little, I guess bed in the back, you call it, that you could hold a couple trash cans.
Okay. Now I know. I was just surprised at that because I know what you're talking about now. I'm like, that's almost $28,000.
Well, the new one we're going to get is also going to have the ability to, it's going to have a power washer on it for use of cleaning the stairwells in the parking deck.
Garage. Okay.
The garage. So it's going to have, new accessories that we don't have on the current vehicle.
Okay.
Any other questions on it?
All right. The next item is awarding the contract for leaf collection services. The village received bids on June 30th. There was one known plan holder. We do put our this bid online, so we don't know if others may have looked at it, picked it up. But we did receive the one bid. This was for $105,000. As a reminder, last year's bid was $79,800, but that was quite a reduction from 2018, which was at 92,460. This is to supplement the village's leaf collection services in Area B. So the sole bid was from DTS Trucking of Hawthorne, New Jersey. This is being funded through the Streets Division operating budget. We had estimated that it would be $80,000, but I think that was based on last year's bid, which was tremendous, much lower, I think, than the $92,450 that was the year prior. And so $105,000 is what the bid is. We don't have the staffing, honestly, to be able to take over Section B, something we can consider for 2021. We would have to have, a full crew hired as well as probably another vehicle. So, it's something to consider and try to figure out, is it more cost effective to still bid it out, or to, purchase the vehicle and also, hire additional crew members to be able to do Area B. So the recommendation is to award, as I said, to DTS Trucking of Hawthorne.
Why last year's people did not bid this year?
No, they were new, and I think they didn't. I have Mr. Rhodes as a comment, but I don't think they really knew what they were getting into.
So you think they really lost out and they said, we're not touching it this year?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, there's no way, are you allowed to reach out to them to say, do you want to bid on this? Or it doesn't work that way?
We did ask them if they'd like to bid, because when they won the contract last year, there was an option in it which, if both parties, the village and the contractor or the vendor, agree, we would renew it for an additional year. They demurred. They said, thanks, but no thanks. So we think they lost their shirt.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think if I remember when this was first tried, I think the original bid was something like $62,000 or $64,000. That I think it might even been Downs that came in with it, and then the next year it went up. It went up substantially, because I think again they got into it thinking it was going to be one thing, but the area where they are is so heavily treed that after they did it, they realized that they needed to charge a lot more. So it's probably the same situation as a newer firm. This new bidder came in last year and thought that they were getting into one thing, and it turned out to be something else. So I guess we're back to Downs, and that's why it's as much as it is, because now that since they've done it, they kind of know what they're getting into. But I like Heather's idea of
one bid.
Well, I like Heather's idea of looking to see, is it worth bidding it out year after year, or is it worth making the investment to expand our ability to do it in-house, and what's the cost benefit of that? So it would be interesting to see, some sort of analysis, I guess, for next budget year, because we're getting a little bit too close to leaf season right now, I think, to get accurate numbers and try and do all this right now. So we'll just kind of have to go what we got to go with.
Yeah, I think actually I thought I had asked for that. I think we started this in 2013 or 14. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, not 14, 15. I
think it was 15.
15.
So we have 16 through 20.
And we don't have 15?
It's not part of this. We could certainly get you that figure, but I think Councilman Stevens, right, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I think it was like 60.
Very low.
It was $62,000 or $64,000.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I remember it almost exact.
I think you're right.
And now I'd like to see it just to confirm that, but Mike's memory. No, but I kind of agree when we're looking at this. It's too late to do anything about it now, but at the rate we're going, we may as well be doing this in-house again. That was the whole point, I think. So.
Okay.
Fine.
So the next item is awarding contract for a vehicle-mounted light tower for emergency services. This is, it will provide rapid illumination of any scene for the village department, providing a safer environment for both those working as well as anyone in the area. It will be mounted on one of the department's vehicles. and it's built with the provisions for this equipment. It's able to be operated by one person for any length of time, and it's powered by the vehicle's hydraulic generator. It's compact, it's quiet, and so it could be used in any space in the village. It also allows the user to direct the light to where it is needed without repositioning the vehicle. It's capable of quickly illuminating a large area with reduced glare for both responders and the public, reducing the hazards and impact of nighttime operations. They solicited price quotes, and the low quote is from Blaze Emergency Equipment Company of Brown Mills, New Jersey. It's not to exceed $26,831.04, and the funds were approved in the 2020 capital budget.
So does this, just a question though, this fits on, is that the special ops vehicle it goes on? Do we know which vehicle it's mounted on?
I don't know. I can find out.
And then, and then when it's mounted, is it, I guess it's on there all the time, or does it get put away? Does it, I guess it.
I think my understanding is it's put away. It's just put on when it's needed.
Okay. And then, I mean, I just am kind of interested in knowing how often, I guess like last night would be an opportunity that we maybe would have needed something like this or could have used it. So it's really ideal in an emergency situation. But I'm just wondering, is it something that can be mounted in other places, or is it just for that vehicle? And is it the special ops?
Okay. I'll get that information to you.
Thanks.
Is that also something that other municipalities could rent from us?
I don't know the answer to that question, because if there were emergency here and we needed it, I don't know, I could ask.
Plus it would then, if it can only be mounted on one particular vehicle, then obviously it couldn't just go anywhere, right? Couldn't be.
Sure.
I mean, we're already on mutual aid and that kind of thing. So I would imagine that that's how that would be facilitated.
Correct. If they needed it. The next one is authorizing a shared services agreement with the Passaic Valley Sewerage Commission for disposal of dewatered sludge. So our water pollution control facility, we have to dispose of our dewatered sludge. The Passaic Valley Sewerage Commission and the village has had a shared services agreement, which has recently expired. The new rate will be $49 per 1,000 gallons. This is an increase of $1 per 1,000 gallons from the prior agreement. It's trucked to a facility in Newark. The village disposes of in excess of $100,000 per year of dewatered sludge. So we need a shared services agreement with them. And so that requires a resolution of the village council to authorize a shared services agreement.
Any questions?
Will we be getting the draft of that agreement?
Sure, if you'd like it.
I'd like to see it.
Your microphone just went out again, Pam.
Oh, yes, I'd like to see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next one is declaring property surplus. We did the pickup truck. So the next one is the roll-off container for recycling. It's a 25-yard roll-off container. It collects newsprint fibers. It's over 25 years old. Has a considerable amount of rust, and also the swinging door has rusted, and they've obtained a replacement container, and so this rusted container is no longer needed.
Questions?
Sorry. The next item is our general capital. As we were doing the budget, we did indicate there were some capital items which we were going to revisit. And so at this time, the following general capital budget items should be considered. This is up for discussion, obviously, because if you don't want to fund certain things, then we'll, have less that we'll be funding. The first is the Circle Avenue drainage improvement. Circle Avenue has actually been on our paving list for 2 years. We're not going to pave it until we do the drainage, because otherwise we're paving it and then we'll do drainage and we'll have to dig up the new pavement. So that doesn't make any sense. That estimated amount is $350,000. I know that Circle Avenue floods pretty much everywhere there, that there are front yards that become waterfront property. I don't know. I know Mayor Newton may want to make a comment if she does.
So I'm actually just, I don't want to even be in this conversation, but I will add, I guess. Actually, I'm not going to be in the conversation.
Okay.
We'll continue.
Okay. The next one is a grading pool discharge pump. This removes water from the bottom of the pool, directing it into the sanitary sewer system, and it helps keep the water clean. The current pump is not self-priming, and if it loses its prime, it can take days for it to get reprimed. That cost is $40,000. The compressor fill station, that's for the fire department's SCBA bottles used for the Scott packs. That's $30,000. The front end loader for the streets division. This was actually approved in the capital budget, but somehow it was $210,000. The loader is actually $250,000. It looks like it appears the cost of a replacement dump truck, which was $210,000, was switched with the cost of the loader at $250,000. So the difference is the $40,000. We'd like to order it now so we could have it in time for snow season. Kings Pond, we've done the work to the limit of the funds available. The low bid for the work at Kings Pond came out $239,184. We were only able to award $118,000 of that work. So we recommend consideration to award the funds to complete the project, which the residents requested, and it's really looking very nice over there. If you haven't been down there, you should take a drive. So that additional money is $121,184. The Kings Pond Dam, in order to dredge the pond, we had to lower the level of the water, and this resulted, we had to remove the failed pond drain down pipe and valve. This has resulted in a much lower water level in the pond, and residents are complaining that it's lower than it was. So the recommendation is to replace the drawdown pipe and the valve and restore the dam, and that's $45,000. And the final one is the Graden Pool supply well. As you know, it's supplied by a well here at Veterans Field in the southwest corner. It was partially refurbished this year so that the water could be provided to Graden. The next critical step is elevating the controls above the flood elevation limit at the well. The current controls are exposed to the effects of any flooding, and that amount is $44,000. So if we were to fully fund all of these requests, it's $670,184. The 2020, our original adopted general capital budget was $8,474,500, and that's without the down payment. So Mr. Rooney has estimated that it'll be approximately, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we decided $8.9 million total if we approve all of these additional items in full.
No, I think it's a little higher.
Oh, okay. So
the 8.4 is what we originally proposed to council when we did our capital budget.
Right.
And after deliberations of going back and forth and prioritizing the projects, that wound up being $8.6 million.
8.6, okay.
Okay. So now you're adding, if we do all these projects, we're going to add $670,000, plus we have to add 5% financing costs.
Right.
So now I'm up to $704,000. And I need a down payment of $60,000, which we do not have. So we will have to pass an emergency appropriation for $60,000 to provide for the down payment. Should you consider all these, should you approve all these projects tonight?
Okay. Okay, so I think, like I said, these are all up for discussion. There are certain that have to be done. You know, we have, I think, the Graden Pool supply well and the compressor fill station for the fire department and the Graden Pool discharge pump probably need to be done. The others, we could partially fund, you know, have some additional funding. We could decide to wait again until next year, that's up to you.
Now it's Mike's turn to be.
Now you're underwater, so fix your microphone, please.
Can you hear me now?
Now you're underwater, bubbly.
I'm trying to figure this out.
Okay.
Dial in for now.
Maybe dial in.
All right.
Okay. So in the meantime, anyone else want to comment while he dials in?
Yeah, I guess I have a question about the Graydon discharge pump. So it says if the current pump loses prime, it can take days for it to get reprimed. We're not removing any water from Graydon at this point in time. We've got a full pool. So wouldn't we put this off until next year when we're actually going to be draining the pool? Because we've already drained the pool for this year. So the discharge pump, that would be something I think that we could kind of put off to the side until maybe the spring or when we talk about the budget for next year.
I just want Mr. Rotisauer to comment on that.
Yeah.
The drawdown pump runs almost 24/7. It runs every day. We're currently pulling around 300,000 to 400,000 gallons of water off the bottom of Graydon Pool every day and discharging it into our sanitary sewer collection system. It's one of the primary reasons the water quality has been so good, as Heather mentioned earlier in the meeting. Basically what the pump does is like it sucks off the bottom, so all the bather load that gets into the water, all the organics that settle down towards the bottom, we pull them out before they can react negatively with the sodium hypochlorite.
That sounded worse than fog, Chris.
Keep it up and I'll start talking about fog.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we just need to make a decision and yeah.
So do you want to go through each one individually, or how do you want to proceed?
Wait, did Mike fix his phone yet? Mike had something to say.
Yes.
Oh, here he comes.
Did he get through? While we're waiting, let me ask a question on Kings Pond Dam. So is this just something that's aesthetic? It's the water is lower, so it doesn't look as nice, or is this functioning? You know, you want to do this for a function.
When we did the dredging on the pond, we had a drawdown valve system that did not work properly, so it was removed. That resulted in us able to lower the water level to do the dredging successfully. But now we have to reinstall that pipe and make some minor repairs to the dam and bring the water level up to what had previously been there.
Okay.
Mike should be on now.
Can anyone hear me?
Perfect.
I'll hear you now.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was saying that we probably have to do some of the things that have arisen that weren't anticipated, like the Graydon pumps and the fire department, so they could fill the air bottles. But I remember the capital budget was pretty large last year, so I think that's a lot of these items were purposely taken out of it to keep it, around $8.5 million. And I thought we were going to wait until next capital budget to add them in, because I think, they were taken out, especially Circle Avenue was taken out for 2 years. But, that would, again, you're almost adding $750,000 on top of $8.5 million from last year to bring that total up to, the total goes up a lot more. So I'd just be in favor of funding what we have to fund now. And then the rest of these items would be given top priority in, the up and coming capital budget. So they're my thoughts.
So Heather, do you want to go line item? You want to go by line item so we can?
Yeah, so Circle Avenue drainage improvements. again, they were supposed to be paved 2 years ago. This will be the third year. If we don't do the drainage improvements this year, they won't be paved. However, next year we could certainly put it back in and go from there and keep it in, and then it could finally be paved after 4 years. That it's been on the list to be paved.
Yeah.
It's more than 4 years since it's been paved, but it's been 4 years that we've put it off. Right now it's 3 years. So. Any comments?
I'll say Circle Avenue is bad. And I've seen when it rains, the flooding that is caused. I would certainly not be happy if I was a resident of Circle Avenue to have it keep being put off year after year. It is a lot of money though. It's a tough one.
Bob, can you just remind us, what did you say was the shortfall, 60,000? Can we kind of work back on this maybe in terms of where the squeeze is going to be? The dollar amount?
So right now, we're slightly over what we have in our capital improvement fund. And what I normally do is when that happens, I wait till November and I transfer money in and all is well.
Yeah.
Now we're going to be $60,000 over, which is above what I would tolerate to allow that to happen. So we'd have to do an emergency appropriation. So what you're adding is 5% of everything you agreed to tonight. So in the situation of the 300,000, you're adding 5% on top of that I have to come up with as a down payment. So if you do, and just remember, if we do an emergency, that automatically gets tacked into next year's budget from the get-go.
Yeah. Can you guys talk maybe about the front end loader? Because that's the other big ticket item other than Circle.
Well, yeah. So
that's only 40,000.
That's only 40,000. That was the difference because that was actually approved. So unfortunately, the two numbers got transposed.
Oh, okay.
So it's 40,000. I mean, I think it would be
additional. Okay.
Come snow season, if we have a lot of snow, it's certainly a piece of equipment that we would use regularly.
Yeah. And just so you know, the Kings Pond Phase 2 originally was proposed $155,000 for the capital budget, and council reduced that to 60. So there was 60,000 put into it this year for appropriation, and then the council decided to defer until 2021.
So that's 40. I'm just doing my calculator here. That's a $40,000 difference, right? That's what we just said.
For the front end loader.
For the loader, yes.
Yeah, 40,000.
Correct.
But Bob, what you said about Kings Pond, I don't understand because it says that they were awarded 118,000. Did you just say it was 60,000?
So when we did the capital budget, the recommendation or the request was 155,000.
Okay.
And we, council, when we went through the final ordinances, decided that they would we would put 60,000 into that project. So 60 has been appropriated in 2020. It was 155 on the request, and instead of the 155, we reduced it to 60.
So it's 5% down. Is that what you said?
So I would need 5% on anything that you're authorizing now.
So that 5% is not 60,000, then it's 40. Because that number changed.
Kings Pond you're asking for.
No, but is the front end loader on streets division it's not 210, it's 40? Is that
40.
What? Okay.
Yeah, 40.
When I calculate that, it's not 5% is only 40. Maybe I did it wrong. You could use your own calculator.
It's $2,000.
For
so
that,
you have 40,000 plus you're adding 2,000, so it's $42,000. Yeah. I need to get 2,000 out of an appropriation, so that's why I need the emergency if we're going to do this whole thing.
Right, but what was the total amount you need?
So
based on that adjustment that we just did.
The 40?
Right.
So We need $2,000.
He used 40 for his addition. He added up all the estimated amounts.
Okay.
He took 5% of that, which equaled the 60,000.
Roughly.
Right. So my recommendation would be grading full discharge pump, the compressor fill station, the grading pool supply well, and if you want the front end loader for, so we can use that for snow for 40,000. Only because those are, the compressor fill station, I don't think we have a choice. Their current compressor fill station does not work. So the discharge pump, again, that's used every day, as we just heard from Mr. Rudisauser, and the grading pool supply well to put the controls above the flooding area just makes sense to me. Because we could easily get flooding in this hurricane season.
And then, so what's the amount that we would need in emergency for that?
40, 30, 70, and another 44. So 114, right?
40,
5%
30,
of that.
40, and 44.
So, and then if you added the 40 for the front end loader, that'd be another 2,000. So it's, Bob, it's 40, 44, and 30.
So you need another $8,000 in down payment, roughly.
Okay, so then if we added in the additional 40, then it's 10.
Correct.
Either 8,000 or 10,000.
Use 10,000 as a bogey just to make life easier.
And then do we have that?
So if you're only doing 10, that's going to put me 25,000 short. I could probably cover that in transfers. But if you're going to go and add the 300,000, then I'm going to be more in the hole, and I'm recommending we do the emergency route.
Can you tell us if there's anything that is going to come up next year that you guys are kind of discussing? Hasn't come to us yet, but is there anything that you think is going to come to us in the foreseeable future that's going to be a drastic need in the capital budget? Like, just for us to have, not that we need a crystal ball, but we're kind of we're borrowing onto the next capital budget, and if there's things that are going to come, pull the Band-Aid off, so to speak, and let us know if there's anything else that we can kind of think about when we make these decisions.
I'll put this in perspective for you. So when we started the capital process this year, our departmental requests were in excess of $27 million. Heather and I then met with all the department heads, and we got that down to $8.4 million. Okay, so there were a lot of projects there that we said we couldn't afford. The average in the last 3 years of capital has been roughly $8.2 million each year.
Okay.
Okay, so now this year we're already at 8.6 roughly.
And none of those other projects would even be able to be considered because we're already at 8.6.
Well, it's up to council, but
yeah,
you have to try and balance this out. Yeah. You have to remember, 5 years ago, we were probably averaging $4 to $5 million a year, but we had no police cars. We had equipment that was failing. It wasn't being addressed timely. We now have programs that allow for the the new police cars every year to keep the pool running. We have equipment we're turning over timely. So we're doing the right things. Obviously, you have emergencies that are going to surface.
Yeah.
And if this is considered, we know there's 3 items here that are definitely emergencies. One is probably we should do because we're going to be impacted in the winter. I can't speak to The 300,000. I don't live there, but I understand it's a hassle. But I will just say this: when we talked about this in March, council said, and again, wasn't saying council, but council said, let's postpone this because we're at a high level and we need to whittle in projects that we have to face right now. So again, times can change, and council could look at this differently right now. I'm just.
The only thing I wanted to say was that we just sent out our budget request to the department directors.
Yeah.
So we haven't even gotten them back yet. So we don't know if there's, a real pressing capital need besides these that have been listed here at this time. There could certainly be something that by the end of the year, there are several pieces of equipment failing, or,
Yeah.
don't know yet. So.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we were faced with when we were making this decision in March was we had some big ticket items. You had the library that, was $1 million something that we budgeted money for. We had several Shedler big ticket items.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't just a lot of little things. It was some of these major projects that we're trying to complete and moving forward.
Yeah. Oof.
So in other words, in the budget, the capital budget that everybody's working on, were any of these items in that? Or are you saying that none of these were in that?
I think Circle Avenue was, the front end loader was,
Mm-hmm.
at the right. It was presented at 250. It was put in at 210. So there was some transposition.
Right. No, understood.
Kings Pond, I think, was in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Graydon supply well, the Graydon pool discharge pump, I don't think were in there, and I don't think the compressor either.
No.
Because we just learned about that compressor when this was presented to us.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about Kings Pond is we've really come so far and done so much work there.
Yeah.
It almost seems like we just don't finish things. And I think it's important for the neighbors to get it done. I think it's like one of those things where that I know I hear what Bob is saying, but I also feel like we have a responsibility to the environment and that area to get this done right. And it almost seems, all that work and nobody, it's still a problem. So I feel like, the Graydon thing obviously has to get done. The loader is and the whatever the fire department thing was.
The compressor,
Phil. I had to go back to look at it. But I feel like the Kings Pond thing so troubles me because we've worked so hard to get it done, and now we're, this. If we did this, Chris, what would the timeline be to get that taken care of?
I think if we make a secondary award or an additional award to the contractor that's done $118,000 worth of work, that's Wetlands is their name. Mm-hmm. I think they can get the plantings probably done this fall, in the fall planting season.
Yeah. And then, and that means that the issue would be resolved by the spring.
If everything survives through the winter, everything should come up beautifully in the spring.
Yep. Yeah. It almost seems like wrong to just make it sit dormant for another year and just unresolved and unfinished. It doesn't seem right to me.
So here's a proposal that might ease your pain.
Because I'm in a lot of pain right now.
So if council wants to consider these as they are, would you entertain canceling unused proceeds of ordinances that may exist right now that sort of levels the playing field? So, for example, if I go through my ordinances and I see that I have unused proceeds for the purchase of equipment, let's say that Chris asked for 2 years ago, we haven't used it all, and I cancel those to offset these ordinances, then we'll be even and there won't be any impact.
That makes sense. And the one thing actually, you just reminded me, because when we were ordering that truck, that was it the water pollution one that you said it was just surplus sitting, it was money that was just sitting. So we must have other money that am I remembering correctly, Chris, in your notes? It was just, I mean, it was like $57,000 no, 47, almost $50,000 with a truck and is it a plow that's on the front of it?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's like $50,000 that's just sitting there that, now we bought a truck. So
normally I do this in October, November. I wait till the end of the year. I can do that process a lot quicker. And that way you can go, take these into consideration. If you move forward with them, I'll try and offset the addition with cancellation.
So why don't we see what you can cancel on that, and then if how long will that take you?
If I put a full court press on, I could probably get it done by the end of the week.
Oh, well, there you go. So I guess by next meeting we would have at least a newly revised list, or we'd at least be able to shave off. But the Kings Pond thing just kills me, because when we were elected in 2014, it was like the very first meeting that we participated in that somebody came and said, "Hey, look at us, Kings Pond, we're here." So, and we've been working on that for so long. So yeah, let's do that and let's see how that.
Okay. All right, I can do that.
Okay. Does that help everyone? Is everybody good with that?
And
I mean, I might suggest going ahead with the smaller ticket items, like the Graydon pumps and the compressor for the fire department, because we kind of need those, and the front end loader. And Bob said that he could cover that with transfers. Then that kind of sets us up pretty good for those items. And then if he could go back, while we put that in motion, then he could go back and, do a little bit more careful of an analysis, so he doesn't have to rush through it, and then get us, whatever kind of cancellations that he has for consideration of the remaining items on the list, like Circle Avenue, Kings Pond Park, and everything else. So the emergency stuff we could get going right now. And then if we have other like bits, say we got like a deal on a piece of equipment and we thought it would cost one price and it came in lower, and then that's why you have surplus left in these capital accounts. So if you could transfer those out and we have a solid idea of what that number looks like, then we can make decisions on the other items that are left, that we could either do them a little bit sooner than next budget year, or some of them we might just have to wait until next budget year. But if we could get the transfers in and everything, I think that would be a good number to have, and then a better discussion to have at our next work session.
Okay.
So can I get agreement on the Graydon Pool discharge pump, which is used daily, the compressor fill station for the fire department, the correct the error that was made on the front end loader, and the Graydon Pool supply well to elevate the controls above the flood elevation level? Can I get
that's where I am.
those items?
Yes, me too.
Fine with that.
Because to me, and I'm not saying we won't do the others, but we could then do an ordinance for these.
Yeah, next week.
Then they could purchase what they need to purchase sooner rather than later. So I think, and then certainly we can bring it back to the next work session. We'll be all set. We can certainly give whatever we have from Bob, to you over the weekend. I mean, but to have an ordinance drawn up, bond council will need to know probably by Friday, right? For next week, Bob? So they need
We can do these 4 for Friday, get it done for the next work session. And hopefully by the weekend, at least I'll give you some ideas to what to be canceled. And
yeah, but I mean, if we don't do these cancellations now, and that Kings Pond sits dormant, that next meeting isn't until September.
Correct.
Now we're not going to get that done in the fall, and then nothing's going to be ready for the spring. We've actually lost another season there. I just don't understand. So why don't we say these are those that we're in agreement with, but I think that we need to know what the cancellations are, because if the money's there and that can be done, we would, I mean, it's just wrong.
why don't we prioritize now what order we take them in based on the cancellations.
Fine.
So it seems to me that the Kings Pond is a priority. And that includes the pond work as well as the dam, correct? Because the dam is only 45,000, and that's for the drain down pipe and valve to get the water to the proper level.
Yeah, I mean, whatever's on the list, whatever
Right.
has to get done to get it done.
Okay.
I mean, so that it's ready for the spring. You know,
Yep.
If the cancellations are there, and we can just avoid this.
Okay.
You know, this
So
whole.
let me just make sure everyone would put the Kings Pond work next, and then Circle Avenue after that.
Mhm.
Yes. I'm saying yes from
Yes.
Councilwoman Karen. I'm saying
Yes.
yes from Deputy Mayor Sheehan. I'm saying yes from Councilwoman Reynolds. Councilwoman Walsh, yes. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. And then Mayor Newton. I know you're not going to say anything about Circle, but
No, I know the Kings Pond thing just gets me. It's just one of those things. It's like unfinished business that just languishes and languishes, and the folks have to just keep looking at it, and it's just remains undone. And it's the environment, and it's so beautiful, and we've done so much effort. Let's get it done. If the
You
cancellations
also
are-
took out all the invasives.
We've done so much work.
If you
Why
don't
we want
treat it, those invasives will come back.
Because this has to get done for the right plants to flourish. So, I mean, this has to get done. Otherwise, we've done all this work and we're going to be back to square one. So let's get it done.
Well, hopefully Bob can come up with about $170,000 of cancellations. And
No
then
pressure. No pressure. I understand.
So, okay, so we know what we're going to do. And maybe we'll have them draw up 2 ordinances, Bob. I don't know, so that we can introduce it next week.
Yeah, we'll talk tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the next item is what? C12. So we're increasing the bid threshold. So effective July 1st, the state treasurer adjusted the bid threshold for those municipalities that have a qualified purchasing agent, which we do. So it used to be $40,000. It's now $44,000. And then informal receipt of quotes is 15% of the bid threshold. That also changes, and these will be reflected in our purchasing manual. So, any questions? All right. The next item is under policy. The Bergen JIF Executive Committee unanimously adopted a bylaw amendment and then referred it to the members, of which were 1 for ratification. 75% of the member municipalities must adopt a resolution in favor of it in order for it to be approved. The amendment was made necessary when Bergen Risk Managers, who is the JIF's workers' compensation adjusters, was acquired by Acrisure, Inc. Without this amendment, Acrisure will no longer be able to serve individual towns as risk managers. We do not have Acrisure as our risk manager. We have Brown & Brown. The executive committee determined that Bergen Risk Managers will not show any favoritism to towns that are also served by Acrisure as a risk manager. So basically, the question is, they're saying if there's a merger or change of ownership or control between a risk management consultant and a servicing organization, the fund shall waive the restriction of not being able to be, you can't be a risk management consultant and also employed under contract to the fund. And so this is waiving that in the case where you already have that existing, and then there's a merger, and they only waive that to existing members. So in other words, if we don't have Acrisure now, which we don't, we cannot now go to them as a risk manager. So it makes sense. This way, those people don't lose the risk managers they've developed a relationship with, and just simply because of the fact that they were taken over by Acrisure.
What does JIF insure for us?
Everything from buildings to flood insurance to our vehicles to what else do they do? We do
Workers' comp?
Workers' comp we do with Bergen Risk. Yes, Bergen Risk is our workers' comp provider. What else do we insure, Bob? I'm just trying to think.
Surety bonds.
So, okay, so is everyone in favor of that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. The next one is authorizing tax sales. These are electronic tax sales. So state statute provides that municipalities can approve online tax sales. An electronic tax sale is innovative, provides a greater pool of potential lien buyers, and there are various benefits, including the fact that the funds are wired directly to the village. We have less disruption of the process. Their advertising costs are reduced. There's confidentiality of property ownership and use of forfeitable deposit to be held by the municipality. So if the winning bidder does not satisfy the payments, the deposit becomes municipal revenue. So I don't know, Bob, if you wanted to mention anything else.
This is the trend in today's environment with online sales. They've been extremely effective for municipalities, especially larger ones that have numerous line items. We do not have that many, but unfortunately we've had situations in the past year or two where we've had disruptions of the meetings because someone had to go get their checkbook, or there's a whole slew of things. This is very regimented. This is, there's no deviations from this. And like I said, the cash is wired, so we don't have any failure of checks bouncing or anything else. So this is the way that the trend is to go.
Questions?
Okay. The next item is under operation. It says 2020. It should have said 2021 Village Council meeting dates. Basically, our meetings are for 8 months of the year. We have 3 meetings a month. That's the first Wednesday, the second Wednesday is our public meeting, and then the fourth Wednesday is a work session, as is the first Wednesday. This coming year in 2021, we actually don't have any holidays that fall during the dates, so we don't have to change any of them. We do have in November, December, and July and August, we have 2 meetings. During those months, we have 1 work session and 1 public meeting. So this is just really to get your approval of this. So when we prepare the calendar and when I go out for the minute preparation, we know what dates we're putting on there. In addition, we normally have our coffee with the council the Saturday after Labor Day, because most residents are back then. It happens to be September 11th, 2021. So that's the 20th anniversary. So
Yeah.
I don't know that we would want it that day. So we could certainly have it on the 18th, the following Saturday, if you wish.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea because that's going to be a big anniversary.
Yeah, I agree. So we'll say that's the 18th. So as long as you're okay, like I said, I didn't have to change any of the dates at all, so they're actually going to follow the calendar. Any questions? Okay. The next one is authorizing additional employees to perform code enforcement duties. Part of this came to light during this time when we're doing Welcome Back to Ridgewood, and our code enforcement officer was working very diligently with our restaurants to try to get their setups for the week as well as for the weekend in the pedestrian mall area, so that they could go into the street, and making sure they were 6 feet apart and making sure there was a pedestrian area and the 10-foot strip in the middle that allows the emergency vehicles, the fire trucks to get through if necessary. She said that her regular code enforcement duties were not being done as diligently as normal, because really her days were spent trying to get this up and running as quickly as possible. So currently she would do code enforcement for things like brush, grass, weeds, insect rat control, which also may be through our health department, maintenance of structures on the property, unregistered vehicles on a property, maintenance of refuse containers and dumpsters, shopping carts is another one, which thankfully we really haven't had a problem with as much as we used to in the past. So what right now it indicates in the code is it's the director of buildings and inspections or a code enforcement officer. And so my recommendation is that we say, or any other officer and or village employee duly appointed by the village manager. Because this way, as need be, the village manager could appoint someone else, such as Mr. Radisauser. I know he does write summonses at times, but he could be empowered, or someone within engineering. I know Carlos within engineering at times writes some summonses. So I think that it would be beneficial because our code enforcement officer during leaf season is busy with leaf violations. And so this would allow those other complaints that come in, whether it's property maintenance, whether it's brush and weed, whether it's unregistered vehicles, to still be done throughout the village. So as long as you're okay with that wording, that's what we'll change the ordinance to read.
It's important. I think we learned that, your focus in one area allows other things to maybe get a little bit out of control or unattended to. And so it's an important thing. I'm good with the wording.
Okay. The next item is endorsing adoption of the third round housing element and fair share plan of the master plan. This came to us from the planning board, who memorialized the resolution to adopt it. It was prepared by Elizabeth McManus, who's our affordable housing planner. They recommend that we endorse the adoption and amendment and then enact appropriate ordinances related thereto. So I'll have Mayor Knudsen talk about this some more. I know we're probably going to discuss this again in September, but we thought we'd start today.
Yeah, so hopefully by now everyone's familiar with the documents, and if not, you probably want to become familiarized. But this had to go before the planning board for public hearing as well. There were no members of the public that participated in the hearing, but this satisfies our third round housing element and fair share plan for the master plan of the village. So I don't know if there are any questions. We're going to have our public hearing on this, and Matt, you can jump in anytime. We kind of wanted to do this in September when there were more folks around if there was an interest in participation. It seemed interesting to me that nobody came to that public hearing or zoomed in for planning board. But as always, we know that the village council may get more attention on this. Matt, I don't know if you want to jump in at all.
No, I think you've pretty much stated it. We need to have a public hearing on it. Hopefully we do it in September. Most people will be back and at least addressing or dealing with a number of things in the fall, school, and a few other things. So it's a better time to get the attention. We are, there's a number of things that are going to be coming up on affordable housing that we're going to have to deal with. And this is just the beginning. So, get ready, because there's a number of things about to happen. So that's pretty much it. And everybody just hopefully familiarize yourself with the third round housing element. So we're all aware of it. And that's about it.
So we endorse the adoption through a resolution. Is that correct?
So from the planning, yes, for the planning board, yes.
But does the council endorse it through a resolution?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and then there are ordinances afterwards.
Right.
Okay.
They'll come around afterwards after this.
Right. I get it. Okay.
Right. And then we'll have to just do the introduction and then public hearings on all of that.
Right. Okay. So
yeah,
maybe
this is part of the master plan, so it's not actually an ordinance in that regard. It's an element of the master plan.
Right.
So it goes in there. And then you have to follow up with the ordinances to make that policy, the third round rule, a reality, make it law.
Will we have any of those ordinances in September to look at?
I don't think we'd have them before we discuss this and resolve to endorse it. So I would say we're looking at October, November, someplace.
Okay. Okay.
Any questions? Moving on.
Okay, the next one is the proposed ordinance to allow accessible ramps and lifts on 1 and 2 family dwellings to be reviewed by the site plan exemption committee. So in July, the planning board considered an ordinance to amend chapter 190 to allow for that. They recommend that the village council adopt the ordinance in the format submitted. So I don't know if you're ready to introduce this next week. If you are, then we could have the hearing in September.
Yeah, we should definitely do this. I think that makes it easier, just a more seamless process for folks when they're in need. It takes away the burden of having to go through a more detailed, lengthy process through a land use board. So if there's someone in need, it just goes through the exemption committee just fine. I don't know if Chris or Matt had anything to add to that.
As you said, Mayor, this was vetted extensively with the planning board. I think the board went back and forth with Mary Ann, our planner, to fine tune it to make it work as best as possible. The site plan exemption committee would be a very good venue for this.
Yep.
The members of the committee for the council's edification are myself, the construction official, Mary Ann, our planner, Chief Van Gore from the fire department is there as a planning board member. And we meet during the day. We meet as frequently and as often as necessary. There's no set scheduled meeting. So if somebody applies, we can probably get them an answer very, very rapidly.
Yeah.
There's really nothing I can add. It's really a planning board function in their review, and certainly with our professionals thinking it's the better way to handle it, I think we best go along with it. So.
Okay. Very good.
Okay. The next one is to join the National Purchasing Partners Gov Cooperative Purchasing Program. This is a cooperative purchasing program that we do not participate in yet. And what it is, the refilling of the SCBA bottles used by the firefighters are actually on this cascade system. It's a cascade system that fills them. And so in order for us to purchase from there, we need to join it. So I know we've joined a lot of different cooperative purchasing programs, which have been very beneficial for the village. So I would recommend that we do so.
Any questions?
Okay. The next one is authorizing an application for the Bergen County Municipal Alliance Grant. We do apply for this every year. This year, the amount is $3,579.47, which is for 3 quarters of the year, from October 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. It supplies money for recreational, social, and educational programs in support of reducing alcohol and drug abuse. So this will be reflected in the budget preparation of the Recreation Division for next year. So as I said, every year we do apply for this, so I would recommend that we do so.
Any questions on that?
The next item is the liquor license renewals for 2020 to 2021. Normally this is done in June. Due to COVID, they did extend it to September actually, but I'd like to get it done in August. All of our licensees except one has received their tax clearance certificate and has paid their fees. Everyone actually has paid their fees to both ABC and to us. And the one that did not is not open yet. It's a new liquor license, which we transferred earlier this year. And they actually have to go for a special ruling because it was an inactive license for 2 license terms. And so they're going to go for a special ruling. So we have to wait actually to renew that license until we get the special ruling from the Division of Alcoholic Beverage Control. So what we'll do is renew all the other liquor licenses. They'll have their licenses, which will be good then until June 30th of next year. And that's basically what we do every year. Are there any questions? Okay. The next item is an update on the CBD pedestrian mall. I know that Councilwoman Walsh wanted to speak about the bicycle use in that
Yes.
area.
Yeah. So citizen safety in the past, Councilwoman Reynolds is now the liaison to CSAC. But over the years of being on CSAC, one of the topics that kept coming up was what is the right way to ride a bicycle in the CBD. And in light of some of the things that have been going on, I think it would be great for us just to do a refresher as to proper pedestrian and proper bicycle usage. And I don't even know if we have it posted anywhere, but when you are in an area like the pedestrian mall, if you're with a bicycle, you should not be on the bicycle. You're not supposed to be mixing sidewalk. Well, first of all, bicycles are not permitted on the sidewalk at all. There is, I believe, and again, we'd have to check to see what the ruling is. If it's a small child below a certain age, they're allowed to, like almost toddler age, be able to be on a bicycle on the sidewalk. But I've been in the CBD pedestrian mall walking, and I've noticed people riding bicycles. And I think for us just to get out ahead of some of the stuff going on in the village, and just so that everybody realizes it is a pedestrian mall and you shouldn't be riding a bicycle, you shouldn't be doing anything but walking. You certainly can walk your bicycle through, but I believe CSAC, when we talked about bicycle use, when the bike lanes came up, bicycles are supposed to be driven with traffic. You're never supposed to be on a sidewalk. And since we have actually closed the streets for pedestrians, I don't believe anybody should be riding a bicycle in the CBD pedestrian mall. So I just wanted to bring it up for conversation, because I know that there were conversations in town as to what's permitted, what's not permitted. And, my understanding is it should just be walking. So I don't know if anybody else has comments to that, or, and again, I know that Councilwoman Reynolds just started CSAC, so she hasn't been in those lengthy conversations about safety in the pedestrian areas of Ridgewood, certainly the crosswalks and sidewalks. So just
right. And and I guess, I talked to the chairman, and he said that they were not planning on having any meetings until September, I guess.
Yeah.
So I haven't even been to one meeting.
Yeah. So I don't know if anybody just wants to add their thoughts, but I think we should get out ahead and let people know that it is a pedestrian mall and what that is defined as. My understanding is pedestrian means walkers only. Maybe Matt can weigh in, or, just so we're clear, so that there's no question for anybody.
Oh, Matt,
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
I figured that was the way you guys like me. I think we ought to just make sure and check and see we've got all the regulations in line, so that it's promoted that way, and it certainly is able to be enforced. Because certainly in the CBD, where we are promoting, a pedestrian promenade, any movable item, any non-pedestrian type mode of transportation can create a concern. So those are things that we ought to look at, so just to watch.
So I can't wait any longer. I have to say, we're going to open the first floor of the Hudson Street Garage on Friday. I'm so excited. I'm thrilled. And so I think Joan Groom and I are together on this.
Equally as excited.
We've been waiting for years, for decades. So it's very exciting. So it will be the majority of the first level. It will only be the first level. The kiosks will be in service. It is $1 per hour, 3-hour limit. So that will be another nice addition to our pedestrian mall area, because that's kind of situated right at the top there of that area, but certainly not a long walk down to Oak Street or Walnut for that matter. So it's nice, it's covered. It's, if it's raining a little bit, you're covered. So in addition to all of our other lots which are open. And I know that both Councilwoman Perrin and also Joan Groom are working on better signage so people realize those lots are open, and also directing them to them. And so this is being done in conjunction at the same time as Ridgewood Sidewalk Sale Days. So we're hopeful. We're going to also close down for the pedestrian mall on Friday for this week only to see how it goes. It's also expected that there'll be more people in the village because of sidewalk sale days. It usually draws people from all over this area to go there, and they will have the ability to park in the parking garage, at least 3 hours at a time, which is great. And from there forward, it will be open. Again, the area near the elevator is cordoned off. We request, please, that all people parking there exit out of the Hudson Street lot entrance. That's where the kiosk is to pay. So, and remember, it's a pay and you don't have to display it. You can take it with you. You do need to know your license plate number though. So remember that. But I'm very excited to announce that. And it'll be interesting too, to see how the Friday goes and see what kind of, activity we get. I know that there will be a band in the park Saturday night. There will be performances in various locations on Friday night. And I think on Saturdays and Sundays, there's always a musical performer at Stella, at that area. Mary Newton, was there anything else that you wanted to say?
Yeah, so first, I think we're all excited to open the first floor, and the pedestrian mall this Friday is, in fact, part of, we're doing this because it is the sidewalk sale weekend, and it is a little bit of a trial period because we've been extremely cognizant of the businesses that have not been thriving as a result of the pedestrian mall, who've actually had a negative impact. And so what we did after our, I guess, last week meeting, Thursday meeting, I believe it was, for the Welcome Back to Ridgewood, New Jersey event committee, Dylan Hanson, myself, and the village manager, actually, we worked on a quick survey to kind of get a pulse on the businesses and to see where they were at, what impact the pedestrian mall has had on their businesses, positive, negative, were they supportive of the opening or a trial period on this Friday, with the understanding that we were working to have that first floor open on the garage, and that would be make it a little bit easier, less burdensome for some of the businesses immediately in that area. In any event, so I think for our purposes in very short order, and I think we sent it out late Friday night, was that we sent it out late Friday night? Pam might be able to shake her head. I believe it went out late Friday night, and Pam and Joan sent the survey, walked around the CBD with the survey, and we wanted everyone to have their responses in by 2:00 on Monday. And we had an amazing response, over 81, I think over 80 responses. And some were favorable, some were not so favorable. We did reach out for also the professional offices on second floors, upper floors. This was to make certain that they also understood that on a Friday, maybe a law office or, an accountant's office, a professional office might be open, and this may in fact impact them if their clients can't get to their businesses. So we had some feedback that was negative, not really interested, but we really were determined we wanted to see this happen for Friday. So yesterday, anyone that had a negative response regarding closing or doing the pedestrian mall on Friday, I called every single one of them, everyone. Actually, I shouldn't say one of them I did not get in touch with, but he does my hair, so it should be okay. So we reached out for every single one of them and had a conversation to say this is just going to be a trial. They were very concerned that this would go into, continue and negatively impact. And everyone seemed to be open to this trial now. So it was a positive conversation on the phone. tried to allay their concerns that the village council wasn't paying attention to all the businesses. Some of the business owners felt that there was this pedestrian mall and all those businesses were getting the attention of the village council, and that, east of that, nobody cared about, and west of that, on the other side of the tracks, nobody cared about. So I did allay their concerns that the village council really wants to see everyone succeed, and we're working hard to make certain that happens. So
did you want to see the survey? I think, Dylan, you can put it up. Is that right? Would you like to see it?
I want to know, do you have just the data points, Dylan, because I know we had some phone numbers and emails, and I don't want to put those.
Hold on. Oops.
Yeah, I did send you a redacted copy.
Yeah.
But I think that the comments are interesting as well, obviously, but the data we can kind of see. Oh, great. There we go. So here we see that 84, I guess it was 84 responses. Is that the total?
84.
And so we broke it out into the type of business we were working with. So retail, food establishment, service, professional office, or other. And other actually was one in particular that fell under other is the medical shoe business. I forget the name of it, but so we broke it out because we really wanted to know when we looked at the data, whether or not the food establishments were having the more positive experience, retailers were having a more negative, and how that impacted the service. And services were definitely falling into shoe repair, dry cleaners, hair salons, etc. So, and I guess service was the UPS store as well. So we see that the answer choices, can we just scroll down a little, Dylan, because I don't see the question. Scroll up. Sorry.
Type of business.
Oh, so the type of business. Okay, so let's go to the next page. Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, so now the next piece was, are you located inside the street closure pedestrian mall? And that was interesting because when the survey went out, and I know that Pam and Joan, Councilwoman Perrin and Joan Groom, from the Chamber of Commerce, they went specifically to the establishments in the CBD, and we actually had a note that stated this is who the survey is for, but we had, I think, 3 or 4 responses that were totally unrelated to the CBD, although maybe they had a home business, they may have been just on someone's email distribution list. So we see here that most were located within that pedestrian mall, 30% were not. So that was important to understand the impact piece. So we see that here we had 43%, 43.5% saying they had a positive impact, but we can see that there's a shift now in that negative. So what we learned from this is that those negative responses are, many are coming from within that pedestrian mall area. And then some that just said there was no impact, was not relevant. And actually that includes, I think, the 3 or 4 that had no relationship to the CBD. So we're definitely seeing this breakout that the pedestrian mall impacted some of the businesses. Okay. So here we see that 74% are saying continuing the pedestrian mall. And some of the feedback when we look at the responses on the actual survey, the businesses that were saying it's impacting us negative, but they were really very understanding that the restaurants couldn't have anyone in the restaurants, and why the benefit to the restaurants was relevant and that they supported that. So even though they were having this negative impact, they continue to be supportive of helping, their neighbors in the CBD from all fronts.
And the tone is resigned when I speak to them. They understand it. They're not giddy with happiness about it.
Yeah, no, I there's no doubt. Some are very extremely frustrated, especially in conversation and reading their responses. Some are very frustrated, and I think what we could say is, for instance, when you have a pedestrian mall and you cut off, everyone's big day is going to be Saturday. That's going to be the day that makes their week. And that would be true for whether it's the shoe repair, the dry cleaner, the hair salons, the nail salons, everybody. So when you put, the UPS store is a really good one because you don't realize when they're in the pedestrian mall and their customers are carrying packages. And so now they have to lug packages, or dry cleaners. They have people coming in to drop off either bags of dry cleaning, or they have to carry reams of dry cleaning with those metal wire hangers, like digging into their hands, or shoe repair. Somebody's carrying a bunch of shoes. And that becomes actually cumbersome. It's heavy, it's difficult to deal with. And some of the retailers actually, their merchandise isn't so portable. It's not light. It's not easy to carry. And some of the other areas that we were hearing some negative feedback was if businesses had elderly or disabled or people that really weren't as mobile as they could be, their responses were that their customers can't get there because this pedestrian mall is not that user friendly for those who struggle with mobility issues. Okay. Go ahead, Dylan. Sorry. So here we asked, which days do you prefer? And again, we see that the Saturday, Sunday, and again, we look at that divide of the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now, when we asked this question, we couched it that the Friday was this trial run for this Friday that was also the sidewalk sale days. So we were clear that this was a trial, that it coincided with sidewalk sale days, and that we would open the first floor of the garage. And so when we see that some people were saying yes to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they said they were willing to just try that, while others were adamantly opposed. Oh, here we go.
That's the trial one.
Yeah, okay. So this is, are you in favor of the trial run for pedestrian mall on Friday, August 7th? So again, we almost see exactly the same number here. Maybe there was a level of somewhat of a redundancy in this question, but we wanted to make it clear that this was going to, with the opening of the Hudson Street first level of the garage, that this would be the benefit. So what I heard, especially from the folks on Prospect, that when they realized that they actually answered no on this, but when they realized that the garage would be open on that same day, they kind of had a second thought and said, you know what, this could work out. And as long as the garage opens, that pedestrian mall may or may not be so negatively impactful on their business. So we're seeing that kind of a response as well. Do we have anything else there? Okay.
No, that was just your response.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. And so again, any of the 81 that responded negatively, which was maybe about 40 to 50%, I did call every single one of them yesterday and spoke to them one-on-one just to have a better understanding. And some of them were willing to share what the financial impact has been and how that's hurt them. And some of them may have had days, their Saturdays, so that's the day. And some of them where they were doing a couple $1,000 business on a Saturday suddenly had zero, like literally flatline. So it was really tough to hear. So we're working with this Friday, trying to see how it pans out, and we'll go from there. But it's kind of exciting, and hopefully it'll be a positive benefit. I do know the folks down on the closer to Maple some of them are very upset because they say people are parking here and then walking down to the pedestrian mall, and they may as well not exist. Some businesses indicated that they would actually have to just shutter, be done. They'd have to go if this continued. So we bring it to the village council. I know that the village manager spoke, she tried to get a pulse from everyone to see where everyone was thinking about Friday. But at some point we're going to, Dylan's going to hear this for the first time now. We're going to work on another follow-up survey for next week to kind of gauge what the impact was from the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then the village council is going to have to look at this whole big picture and decide how do we move forward with this. And because we do want to make certain that no businesses are doing, huge numbers and uber successful at the absolute expense of others. So we have an obligation to be equitable in how we manage this. So any questions? Jump in.
I'd like to be involved in drafting the follow-up survey.
Okay.
So I think I wish we had the survey information before we had the discussion about the Friday closure, because if 25%, I mean, from those statistics, 25% of people are being negatively impacted, are we making the wrong decision with the Friday?
So it's a great question, but that's why I did the outreach. The Friday pedestrian mall was done, and I think that's why we were still assimilating, putting together all this information. And it's really important. I actually think we should have had the survey months ago and then continued down this path so we understood and we would have been able to actually track what was going on. So again, I did speak to everyone. And all the businesses that said, don't do it, except for the only one that I didn't speak to, and I will definitely call him in the morning. Everyone was okay with this Friday to try it, every single one of them. One, the folks on the west side of the railroad tracks are saying, look, we're just may as well be invisible here. So, we are trying to figure out how to encourage people to kind of take a fun walk underneath the train, the tunnel, and kind of be that, connector. But I think everybody, when I spoke to them, they were okay with this but they really wanted to know the commitment was this Friday and that's it, because of the sidewalk sales. They were open to doing it for the sidewalk sales. They don't want to know that this is going to continue on and on and on. And I think that was, it was a good question, important. Anyone else? Okay. So did we share this with everyone, Heather? Did we send the comments? Because the comments are interesting. And I think that.
No, we will.
Yeah. So we send just the data sheet and then that copy that I sent you yesterday afternoon.
Okay. Send it.
But it is exciting. So everybody comes to the pedestrian mall Friday, go shopping, have something to eat, have ice cream, candy, and walk. Bring your shoes to get repaired and your dry cleaning and packages with UPS store too. Forget.
Okay, so our last item is the review of the August 12th public meeting. We have two proclamations, one declaring September Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, and also the second one declaring September National Preparedness Month. We have no ordinances for introduction or public hearing for Ridgewood Water. We have 3 resolutions for Ridgewood Water, Title 59 approval, and award of contract for polyphosphate pumps for the corrosion control, and authorizing the change order for the chlorine analyzers and supplies. Introduction of ordinances, we have amending Chapter 265 for the placement of stop signs in the Hudson Street garage, the bond ordinance for general capital, amending the village code to allow additional village employees to perform general code enforcement duties, and then amending Chapter 190 for allowing the accessible ramps to be reviewed by the Site Plan Exemption Committee. Our public hearing is on the significant sewer discharger fees. Resolutions, we have authorizing membership application to National Purchasing Partners Gov, Cooperative Purchasing Program. We have award of contract for a vehicle mounted light tower for emergency services, Title 59 approval, and award of contract for leaf collection services, award of contract under cooperative purchasing contract for the 2019 Ford F-350 pickup truck for water pollution control facility, awarding contract under cooperative purchasing contract for the snow plow for water pollution control facility, awarding contract under state contract for the 2020 John Deere HVAC utility vehicle for solid waste, authorizing shared services agreement for disposal of dewatered sludge with Passaic Valley Sewerage Commission, declaring property surplus the pickup truck for the water pollution control facility, declaring property surplus for recycling department, roll-off container, proposed amendment to the JIF bylaws, support, authorizing electronic tax sales, authorizing application for Bergen County Municipal Alliance grant, increasing the bid threshold to $44,000 and approve annual renewal of liquor licenses. Do any of you want any of those resolutions off of the consent agenda? Thanks.
Okay. And with that, we'll go back to public comments, not to exceed 5 minutes per person. Anyone in there, Dylan?
Yeah, we do. Bringing in Siobhan.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record. Siobhan.
Hi, my name is Siobhan. And anyway, I'm calling. I have a couple things to say.
Siobhan, I'm sorry. Yeah. Just name and address for the record.
Oh, 274 Ivy Place. Siobhan Cran Winograd is my name.
Very good.
So I want to say this at the beginning and then the end. A long time ago, one of my favorite phrases from work was start with the end in mind. And my end is seeing our question on the November ballot. And I think at this point, being honest, the 5 of you should have the same end in mind. I listened tonight and I thought it was very interesting, and I kind of want to tell a story. Pre-COVID, we had this plan. The video that we made that I'm assuming some of you have watched was pre-COVID. And we were going to have a party and we were going to follow the same guidelines that previous petitioners had followed with the roll call format and the ordinances. And after COVID, we stood down, we held the video, and then we had a discussion about what to do. And we wrote the state a letter because Governor Murphy's Executive Order 105 was at direct odds with our right to petition. And because we wrote him a letter and the people at the state advocated for us, he issued Executive Order 132. Now, clearly, you know, what Heather said about the ordinances we thought about, we need some advice as to how legally with electronic law, you're going to say this review of the ordinance is okay. Matt, you know, are you going to require that each signature require each ordinance because there's an Exhibit A and an Exhibit B that we distributed to you? Getting into the weeds, how did we do this? To say that we posted it and put it on a website as opposed to an email, that's all an element of electronic law. And you know, I find it interesting because we're in the middle of a pandemic and we got this executive order 4 weeks in to our petitioning time, and we did the best we could. So if we need to directly email these people, I don't see that very differently than putting it up on a website. That being said, if you had questions about the integrity of the people and how we got them, as the final gatekeeper, when I got them, I went through the RHS directory. When we knew people weren't living in Ridgewood like students, we pulled them out. We wrote people. So we did our own integrity check and we submitted you guys as council a note that said we had done that. Out of the 570 signatures, we have no idea if you guys think any of them are invalid. So that being said, we're in a little bit of a problem right now because there's actually a global pandemic going on. There's like literally a provision from our governor that says don't go door to door, which is what we would have preferred. So we did it this way. We took our best shot. We understand about the ordinances, but then we get into a little bit of an area where we posted it online, we posted it on social media, which is electronic. I mean, I don't even know where to go with this. Does that mean like an email is legally more sufficient than posting it? And I will say, Heather and Matt have been very helpful, very nice. You know, I always say to them, starting with the end in mind, We'll have relationships before this and after this. How are we going to do this? If you guys are rejecting it because you think that somehow our circulation was invalid, how do we go from here? Are you actually, as a council and clerks, encouraging us to go door to door? I mean, I'm a little bit confused here. And everyone's, we went to the state said electronic communications was completely okay. So whether we emailed them, posted it or not, how is that legally different? I mean, these are questions that we have. We have tried since June to partner with you guys to find out clarification for this. We took our best approach. And again, I live in a multi-generational household. I have a mom. My father just passed. Are you actually encouraging me to go out and harness signatures physically? Because if not, if email is sufficient, why isn't a website posting? And so we're in a little bit of a timing issue of now you've rejected them. We have 10 days. I also want to say, by law, I think we're supposed to get a letter tomorrow to two of us. I mean, Matt, we can talk about that tomorrow.
Siobhan, I'm sorry, you're just fading out. Can you just speak into the microphone? Because I don't think we
speaking into the microphone.
Go ahead.
But we're in the middle of a situation where we have a timing issue and we have an electronic issue. So I think collectively, we all agree this is a question. Whether you support it or not is a secondary question. How to move the question forward during a global pandemic is the ultimate question. We want this to be legit. We've written you, we've met with you when Ramon was the mayor. We had a sidebar meeting with the clerk. It was all beneficial. We thought it was great. We don't want to bother anybody, but we want this to move forward. So the question for tomorrow is, how do we move it forward? Is posting the ordinance online okay? Are you actually suggesting that we hand people paper during a global pandemic? I mean, that just seems...
I'm sorry, Siobhan. I'm sorry. Your time is up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So why don't we'll get you the certification tomorrow. And Heather, would you mind just copying me on that certification as well? So take a look at it. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, very good. Who's next?
Just so everybody knows, nothing that was said in the discussion of deficiencies ever said or mentioned going door to door. Nobody even intimated that. So if that's what you get out of it, then it is really misdirected. So I think you maybe look at the statement that was put out and read by the manager, and then go from there.
Yeah, I think the certification will be important. So let's get that done, and then we'll go from there. I think it'll be for everyone. When you read something, it's very different. Go ahead, Dylan. Who's next?
Matthew Lindberg.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Matthew Lindenberg, 165 Claremont Road, and I'll try to be brief so everyone can get to bed. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Melander and the members of the clerk's office, as well as the village attorney, for the time that they've invested in the review of the One Village, One Vote petition. We're pleased to have heard the full details tonight of the deficiencies, and we'll begin working immediately on getting them cured and getting them resubmitted. I'm also really pleased to hear that Mayor Knudsen is as enthusiastic about relying on real facts and data as we are. I always joke around about being a bit of a data nerd. She had actually raised a question about the actual costs of elections, and I'm actually pleased to try to help save her some time and work. Anybody curious can go to onevillageonevote.com and under facts, go to fact number 4, cost. And once there, you'll actually find links to all original data sources. That includes a news article that puts village council costs on average at about $49,000, as well as scans of the actual documents from both the Bergen County and from Bergen County as well as from the village, showing school election costs ranging, depending upon the year, from $37,000 to $65,000. So when you put those together, as you'll see, this data supports my earlier comment, placing the annual savings at potentially over $100,000. We encourage everyone to go to onevillageonevote.com at their convenience and review that data along with links, as I said, to the original sources so there can be no confusion. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Matthew.
Okay, next person is Bob Furman.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Bob Furman, 49 Clinton Avenue. I would like to discuss budgets. I want to thank the 5 council members tonight. You spent over an hour discussing $10 million in assorted expenditures, and I realize that every state and local government is having financial issues right now. And I really appreciated what you guys did and how you dug into it. Certainly something as a resident I really don't want to do. As a 30-plus year resident, I will tell you I've never had an opportunity to vote on a village council budget. That being said, I don't understand why people believe that they have the rights or should be voting on a school budget. I'm not an expert on what you guys do, and I'm sure they're not an expert on what the Board of Ed does. We elect you guys to spend our money appropriately. And if we don't like what you're doing, we vote for someone else. Same thing with the school board. We elect members of the school board to represent us. And if we don't like what they're doing, we should be voting them out. I just don't understand. The other difference between the village budget and the Board of Ed budget is the state has put a cap on the Board of Ed budget. And if the Board of Ed exceeds that budget, there's a remedy for it. And so I look at these 2 budgets as being pretty much should be run under similar circumstance. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, next person is Casson Little.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kason Little. I'm calling from Elizabeth, New Jersey on behalf of our statewide justice chapter. How are you guys doing tonight? I would like to address a few.
I'm sorry, Kason, did you state your address, please?
I'm calling from Elizabeth, New Jersey.
No, I think, did we get your address?
You would like my address? I mean, I don't live in town, but yeah, you could just put, my address is 225 South 7th Street, Elizabeth, New Jersey.
Very good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yep. All right. Reclaiming my time. Did my time start yet or no?
Your time's going to start right now. Go
okay,
ahead.
Great.
I'm putting on the clock. Go ahead, Kason.
All right. Thank you. So good evening. I've been following the town of Ridgewood for quite some time now, and I can truly, honestly say that I am very disgusted with what's going on for a number of reasons. Number one, hate has no room in our country. I just want to make that very loud and clear. Number two, Black Lives Matter. Number three, Black Lives Matter. Number four, Black Lives Matter. Until several more numbers to come, Black lives will matter and Black lives must matter in your town. Now, from the videos that have hit surface and that has been surfacing throughout the state pertaining to your town, it's full of hate. It's full of hate that's being displayed by local residents who want the best and who want to bring about truth and justice. But I'm so disgusted I don't even have the words to find, or the words to grasp to speak on how I really feel about it. Because not only do you have a racial issue amongst your police department, but you also have that throughout your staff. Throughout your city as a whole. So, as a 20-year-old African-American man myself, I don't even know what to say. I always have something to say, but I'm going to be completely honest with you. You should reevaluate how you're leading your city. You should reassess yourselves on you as a mayor and your police chief and your council and in your entire borough, because it's just distasteful. It is absolutely distasteful. Seeing how people of color in your town are being targeted just by speaking out, I condemn that. Seeing how organizers who stand up to truth, who speak truth to power, I condemn that. Seeing how the mayor and the council as a whole refuse to utter Black Lives Matter and to actually sponsor and create legislation that you're against and that you refuse to, I condemn that. And I condemn you because that's hateful and that's wrong. That is wrong. And now we understand that you have very, a small percentage of African Americans in your town, which is also very telling. We also understand that you have very few African Americans in your police force. I don't even know if you have any. I don't think you do. But to understand and to see from a person from the outside looking in, I will be ashamed and I would be embarrassed if I lived in Ridgewood. And you know what? It's sad because the young folks are watching. Your children are watching. And they're watching how you lead in the city. And it's not good. And you know what? It will go down in the history books of how you are leading this city and what you have done to actually prevent crime or what you have done to prevent hate. And you're not preventing that. You're not, because we see you loud and clear and we hear you loud and clear. And we know that your silence is powerful. And we know that your actions is powerful. Your actions speak louder than words. And so I hope moving forward, in closing, I hope moving forward, actually moving forward, meaning tomorrow, that you have a heart generated by love and care, that you include the community in the process, that you listen to the community, and that you believe that all lives matter. But what I mean by that is meaning Black lives matter, because all lives cannot matter if Black lives does not matter. They are not killing all lives. All lives are not being killed by police brutality and racism. All lives are not disproportionately being killed by the coronavirus. All lives are not disproportionately being killed by police brutality. That is Black lives, not white lives. Not blue. Blue is not even alive. Blue, there's no such thing as blue lives. You take off that blue uniform at the end of the day, I, as a Black man, cannot take off my Black skin. So being in that blue uniform, that is a choice. You are not born blue. You are not born in that damn uniform. You can take it off. But I, again, as a Black man, cannot take off my Black skin. And I'm proud to be Black. And I own it. And I live it up every single day. And I carry the torch that my ancestors have carried. And I am trying to finish their unfinished business. But your children in the town who are leading, who have a heart, and who are speaking truth to power, they need to be embraced. They need to be encouraged. And they need to be protected in all aspects. And what I mean by protected is they need to have leaders who believe that Black lives matter and leaders who have a heart generated by love and care and who sponsors legislation into place that is at the best interest of everyone. I yield my time back. Have a great day, and Black lives matter.
Thank you, Jason. Have a good evening.
Okay, next person is Stacy Gregg.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record and unmute. Hello, Stacy? Stacy? Hello?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
You just unmuted. Hello?
Oh, Stacy? Hello? Please state your name and address for the record.
Move on to the next one. Next is a dial-up.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name's Sam Flynn. I live at 339 Carlton Terrace. I'm a former Ridgewood resident, and I'm pretty horrified by the actions of the Ridgewood Police Department, specifically the recent incident of police brutality and excessive force used against a minor. And I know there was an internal investigation that was opened, but that's simply not enough. There has to be some sort of third-party investigation into the incident and the Ridgewood Police Department as a whole for its unconstitutional policing, intimidation, and excessive use of force. And I think any officers found to be involved in those listed behaviors should be fired. Also, the unnecessary arrest of Thria Bernabe, whose charges have yet to be dropped and must be dropped immediately, continues to show Ridgewood's obsession with suppressing free speech under the guise of law and order. And I have heard public health repeatedly discussed at this meeting, but the Ridgewood Police Department continues to carry out unconstitutional policing without masks, continuing to put the public at risk. And I think that all of these concerning behaviors should be evidence enough that a defunding of the Ridgewood Police is absolutely needed, and those funds should then be invested in racial justice initiatives throughout the town, such as programs that'll desegregate the community, open affordable housing, fully fund programs to support students and communities of color, and to pay reparations and redistribute the enormous wealth that Ridgewood holds. Thank you so much for your time.
Can I just ask, hello, are you still there?
Oh, yes.
Yes, what was your name again? I'm sorry.
Sam Flynn.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Sam. Have a good evening. I think our person wants to be unmuted. Is that what she's saying, Stacy?
Yeah, I'm gonna try again.
Okay, let's see. Stacy, Greg. Okay, so do we have to unmute her, Dylan?
Oh, she has to unmute.
Okay, Stacy, can you please unmute your system?
Oh, she also called in. No, she's saying she called in also. So I have 3 more phone numbers to go through. So let me go to those.
So what happened to Stacy again?
She said she called in also. So she's dialed in.
So she's in the queue for the call. I got it for the call. Got it.
So I'm going to go to the next caller, which is 6250.
Okay, very good. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Samantha McCarthy. I live at 153 Hope Street. Sorry, is it echoing?
I'm sorry, we're having a difficult time hearing you. Is it a little bit of an echo? Can you start again?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Samantha McCarthy. I live at 153 Hope Street in Ridgewood. I can't really say it any better than Hasan or Sam, but I do want to use these 5 minutes to read you the demands that Ridgewood for Black Liberation has put together in regards to the Ridgewood Police. I know they were sent to you directly, Mayor Knudsen, but I want to make sure that the entire council has the opportunity to hear them. So, number 1, we demand a thorough third-party investigation into Ridgewood Police to address unconstitutional policing, intimidation, and excessive use of force. Ridgewood Police Department called for an internal affairs review following the instance of police brutality on July 26th. As we've seen all around the country, these kinds of reviews are never sufficient and will never bring about real justice. Ridgewood Police Department has shown itself to be unaccountable and violent and must be finally investigated and held accountable. Number 2, we demand that this investigation is followed by the firing of any officers involved in the above practices. An investigation without action is a performance of accountability. It is critical that we as a community are able to hold the police accountable for their negligence, brutality, and ineptitude. We as Ridgewood residents do not feel safe knowing that officers who commit acts of unconstitutional policing, intimidation, and excessive force are still roaming our streets, armed with guns, emboldened, and unaccountable. Number 3, we demand that all the charges against Thria Bernabe be dropped immediately. Thria, an organizer with Ridgewood for Black Liberation, was arrested over a month ago while peacefully protesting in Ridgewood. We have a petition in case anyone is interested. Number 4, we demand that all police officers wear masks while on duty during the duration of the COVID-19 crisis. One of the officers who brutalized the minor on July 26th was not wearing a mask. The officer who processed Thria Bernabe also refused to wear a mask, though Thria is immunosuppressed and asked her to multiple times. We are in the middle of a public health crisis, and if Ridgewood Police Department had any semblance of concern for public safety, we wouldn't even have to demand this. And number 5, we demand that Ridgewood begin the process of defunding the police and investing in racial justice initiatives. Ridgewood must invest money taken from its police department into programs that begin to desegregate our community, open affordable housing, fully fund programs that support our students and communities of color, pay reparations, and redistribute its wealth. Thank you. I yield my time.
Can I just ask your name again? Oh, she did hang up. Okay, it's fine. Okay, next.
Okay, next is 6795.
Okay. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Emily Rizzo. My address is 384 Diamond Bridge Ave. I'm from Ridgewood. I went through the Ridgewood Public School System, and I'm calling because we have an issue of police violence and aggression in Ridgewood. According to force.newjersey.com, Ridgewood Police Department uses force at a higher rate than 427 police departments in New Jersey. And on top of that, a Black person in Ridgewood is 405% more likely to have force used on them than a white person. So Ridgewood for Black Liberation has come up with some demands that have already been listed, but I think it's important to briefly reiterate what's already been said. We demand a thorough and third-party investigation into Ridgewood Police Department to address unconstitutional policing, intimidation, and excessive use of force. We demand that this investigation is followed by the firing of any officers involved in the above practices. We demand that all charges against Thuria Bernabe be dropped immediately. We demand that all police officers wear masks while on duty during the duration of the COVID-19 crisis. This has not been happening. We demand that Ridgewood begin the process of defunding the police and investing in racial justice initiatives. Ridgewood must invest money taken from its police department into programs that begin to desegregate our community, open up affordable housing, fully fund programs that support our students and communities of color, pay reparations, and redistribute its wealth. Let's build an anti-racist education system, and instead of funding the violent police force, fund our schools, for example, in ways that support our students of color, teachers of color, and staff of color. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. Have a good evening.
Okay, next is 4121.
Hello. This is Stacy Gregg.
Hi, Stacy. Stacy, just hang on a second. There's a
You
loud
have to turn
echo.
down the volume on your computer.
Turn your volume down.
Is that better?
Yes,
Yes.
Stacy. Please, for the record, name and address.
Stacy Gregg, 40 Sunrise Road, Wharton, New Jersey, 07885.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I cannot say anything better than the young people that have called and already expressed what the Black Lives Matter movement in Ridgewood is asking for. They've gone through their list of what they have expectations of happening. Having a photo op with your particular people that showed up at a organized, state-approved march does not constitute doing anything for Black Lives Matter movement. That is just a show. So if you really, are going to address the citizens and the concern about racism and be anti-racist in your town, you need to start taking action. I would like to know in answers from you what you have done so far regarding the officers who did manhandle the child who was on a bicycle. To me, it looked like he was not his shoulders. It looked like he went at his neck and threw the kid down on the street. I was appalled. It brought tears to my eyes. It was totally uncalled for. And this is the whole point between, when people ask for defunding police and burning it down and redoing it, the police system in this country needs to get redone. It's not just in Ridgewood. It's not just the young people in Ridgewood that are speaking out. It's the young people all across the nation. Just like in the 60s when they had the civil rights movement and they called for stopping racism happening across the country. This is just your town. And right now, with the way that your town is acting, you are on the wrong side of history because it's not getting better. And you haven't made any move towards making apologies, towards doing anything. You need to apologize to that young person who had a megaphone and masks in her possession. And you need to drop all charges. And you need to drop them tonight, or first thing tomorrow between 1 and 3 p.m. and get the word out to people that that's what you did do as a town, that that's what you recommended to the police chief, because enough is enough. You can't buy the stuff. I know you are GOP, the majority of you, or all of you for all I know, but you got to look and open your eyes. You can't keep spitting out the stuff that Trump does. There are no looters. The letter was horrific that you sent to your village. You have a nice town there. The restaurant owners were probably appalled at the way you attacked the children and the movement. They know that those kids are not rioters and looters and all that BS, whoever put that garbage letter out. Shameful, just shameful. And if you watch on TV, you're on the wrong side of history. Even the commercials, even corporate America is now saying Black Lives Matter in their commercial. I was watching an Old Navy commercial tonight. So I don't know who you think you're protecting or what way of life, but you guys got to wake up. Trump and your Trumpian ways are not the way of most of America, no matter what he would like his people to believe. You need to apologize to the citizens of Ridgewood, and you need to get up to 2020. Enough is enough. These children deserve an apology. That young man deserves an apology, and you need to have a meeting of the Anti-Defamation League and the prosecutor of the county to come in and educate you on what is racism and what are racist acts. And some of the things that you have been doing in your town are blatantly racist. I'm appalled. I've spent my time waiting, trying to look for the name of that man who's a resident. He needs a visit. He needs being spoken to. It was a hate crime when he stood out where those children were marching by in that second march, yelling white power and putting up a Hail Hitler. Shame on Ridgewood. You give the children, you should be honoring these children and clearing the traffic way for them and applauding them and loving them and nurturing them and feeling honored that that's what you have produced in Ridgewood. Children who are going to go forward and wipe out racism. Don't give this BS, well, we can't do anything about racism and Blue Lives Matter. You heard it from the kids. At the end of the day, black officers, when they take off their blue shirts and their uniforms, they get brutalized and stopped while driving and living black. We all just want to live, and we want to live in a peaceful country, and we want to go forward, and we want to love each other and not be on opposite sides of each other. These children are doing this in love for you, who may not appreciate it, but it's for you and your children going forward. So 5 minutes is a long time, but I think I'm getting towards the end of it. What's the matter, Mr. MSR? You have something to say? Is he talking to me?
No, he's not speaking to you, Stacy. Apologies.
I just wish you would honor them and drop the charges tomorrow. Thank you. Is that a 30-second warning?
That's actually
5.
I'm up. Thank you.
God bless you, and do the right thing. Drop the charges, people. Okay. Drop the charges.
Good evening. Have a good evening. Bye now.
Okay, next is Lovings.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Ann Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I just have a couple of comments. One is, when I heard Mr. Rogers' explanation of what the petitioners need to do, I thought it was abundantly clear, and I didn't hear anywhere that he said anything about people having to go door to door. So I don't know how that got mistranslated. It's certainly in my living room, I didn't hear it that way. The second is regarding the fact that we are legally allowed to vote on the Board of Ed budget as long as it doesn't get moved to November, and that we are not allowed to vote on the village council budget. Well, that's the law, and I'm saying this for the benefit of the commentator that said, well, why can't we vote on the village council budget? I'd like to vote on the village council proposed budget, but legally we're not allowed to. And legally we are allowed to vote on the Board of Ed budget proposals at this time. So if somebody wants to change the village council law, they need to go to the state and change it there. They can't just complain about it. The last thing I'd like to comment, I believe I heard somebody from One Village, One Vote say that they use the Ridgewood High School directory to get names. Now, I may have misheard that, but I believe that is really not allowed, to use a high school directory in order to solicit names, to use it for anything other than Ridgewood High School business. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
But I'm here and I would like to have my 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, now you state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I'd like to make a comment on some remarks that Ms. Walsh made during her council reports. It concerns me that a comment was made about out-of-towners using our parks. Many of the parks that we have in this community were funded in part by Green Acres funds. I do not want to see us getting into a situation like what happened in Mahwah, where Mahwah tried to ban people from other communities from using their parks and wound up in court. Giving lanyards to people to identify them as being from Ridgewood strikes me as perhaps trouble causing down the road when somebody with a lanyard comes to someone who doesn't belong, who doesn't live in the town, and asks them to leave because they're not in town. So any effort made to move people from out of town off the fields should first be cleared by our village attorney before we go down that route. I'd hate to see us in court. Again, we use Green Acres funding for many of these facilities. I don't think we have a right to move people out of the facilities in place of Ridgewood residents. And I'd like this review before we go any further in terms of issuing ID cards to people. Thank you very much.
So Boyd, while you're on, I'll just clarify. So it appears that there are individuals who are using our fields and charging individuals training fees, but they are not part of our approved system through our fields committee to use those fields. So as an example, any of the sports committees that use the fields are approved to use the fields for those functions. So an example is a trainer is charging people. He just shows up on a Ridgewood field and he's charging them for their time and using our fields from another town. So it's not like they're just coming to enjoy it. He's running a business off of our field.
I understand.
Yeah, those are the individuals that would need to come to Parks and Rec and, you know, pay the fee like many of the soccer teams do that use our fields, or they would need to have some sort of identification, because what's happening is people that are using the fields properly are showing up, fields are having people on them already, and then there's becoming clashes as to who gets to use the field at this time. So we just want to make sure that whoever is scheduling the use on the fields is doing it correctly. There's nothing.
So long as we're not.
Yeah.
So long as we're not treating people from out of town any differently than we're treating Ridgewood residents, we have to be very careful with that.
Correct.
Thank you.
We're being fair. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Else?
Yep. Hold on one second. Next person is Archang Anton.
Good evening.
Yes, hi. Good evening. My name is Arcane Jan Swan for the New Jersey Clergy Coalition for Justice, 908 East Jersey, Elizabeth, New Jersey. The reason for the call is because I represent a group of clergy leaders who advocate for justice issues. And to be honest, Ridgewood is just an embarrassment right now in New Jersey. Just your police force is oppressive. You've seen that through data, you've seen that through video, and you're obviously observing it as council people. You have firsthand access. And all of you who are elected up there are also complicit, because your police force have been hurtful not only to people of color and Black folks, according to the data, the use of force data, but also to children. Children are supposed to be protected by the community, protected by the village, supposed to be protected by the state. And right now you're demonstrating that there's zero cares for children who are demonstrating their First Amendment rights. And each of you who claim to be a person of faith, or you go to your synagogues or you go to your churches, you should really take a look at what your holy text teaches you about when God was upset with his people. And a lot of that had to do with because they were complicit in the oppression and they were not bringing forth justice. And so I think I stand with the people in their demands. I stand with dropping the charges against the young lady. And more importantly, if you look at what you've done, you're more tough. You've been tougher on children who are using their First Amendment rights than you are with openly racist grown men who are trying to violate people's rights. And I think some of you need to look in the mirror, because if you're not going to do anything about it, and you're not going to speak about it, and you have the power to reverse some of these decisions and put pressure where you might also be racist yourself. And so again, I think all of you need to take a look in the mirror and to look at the power that you've been given by the voters and do what is right. And so I yield my time, and I just ask that you do right for the children, because in the future, they're the ones that's going to be leading this country. And you don't want them looking back at your own record saying you did nothing for them. This is a moment where the righteous should stand up.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
And I think we have one more. I think this is the last one. 4377.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record, please. Hello?
They hung up. Oh, wait, you got one more. Miriam Berger.
Good evening, Miriam. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, go ahead, Miriam.
Hi, yeah, my name is Miriam Berger. I live at 158 Hope Street, Ridgewood, New Jersey. Yeah, I'm just calling in to also voice my support for Ridgewood for Black Liberation's set of demands, and just to speak briefly about that recent act of police brutality in Ridgewood, as well as the clear pattern of unaccountability and brutality in our police force. Also, thank you to everyone else who's called in so far to voice that support. Yeah, that incident specifically has been covered on national news, on CBS, NBC. The video of the brutality has over 1 million views. So that's just to say that everyone right now is watching Ridgewood, and everyone right now is frankly really disgusted at how Ridgewood at how that happened in Ridgewood and how Ridgewood's dealt with it so far. Mayor Susan Knutson, you yourself responded to the incident with the statement, "The concerns I have are that we are not seeing the whole video or prior to it, and I think it's important to have it in context," which frankly is rather disgusting to me. You saw the brutality, and that's sort of the end of the question. There's no context ever in any scenario that will ever justify police brutality, especially against an unarmed child. And I do wonder if the response would have been the same had that child been white, had that child been a Ridgewood resident. So yeah, with that, I just wanted to voice my support again for the demands that Ridgewood for Black Liberation has put forward, including an investigation into RPD to address unconstitutional policing, intimidation, and excessive use of force, and the firing of any officers who are involved in such practices, the dropping of 3 of Bernabe's charges, all police officers should wear masks while on duty. That shouldn't even be a demand. We're in the middle of a public health crisis. If we had any semblance of concern for public safety, that wouldn't even have to be a demand. And then finally, the beginning of the process of defunding the police and investing in long overdue racial justice initiatives. Yeah, that's all I'd like to say. With that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mira.
All right, one more. Hold on. Okay, we go. A lot of talk.
Okay,
Ryan
good.
Roberts.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ryan Roberts. I'm calling from Passaic, New Jersey. I also want to just, extend my same gratitude and the same feelings that I have with Ridgewood for Black Liberation and the work that they're doing. I just want to ask the mayor and the council this one question. How do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night and knowing that you're on the wrong side of history? I for one, was just watching the facial expressions on the mayor when other people were tuning in and calling. And it's rude. It's rude because you were rolling your eyes when you didn't agree with the person. It's rude because you were making other type of facial expressions and disagreements, but yet have some decency, have some justice, have some respect, have some decorum when it's public portion going on. You are leading the city. You're leading your city. You are the mayor of your town and the council. You all are incompetent. You all are complacent, and you all are on the wrong side of history, including you, the mayor, and including how you guys are instructing your police department to act and to respond when peaceful protesters are shouting and marching through their pain, knowing and letting the town know, even those that were on the side when, we were marching. I, for one, was over there and I saw, people yelling out white power, white power. So that goes to show that you guys are no different. You did not address that, but yet you wanted to condone and partake in the acts of the police brutality against children. But yet that fake letter that you put out was distasteful and it was wrong. And I hope that everyone that was personally affected by that sue the hell out of all of you, because that was inhumane treatment that was given to them. And that was a violation of their constitutional rights and a violation of their federal civil rights. And I condemn it. I condemn it. It was wrong. It was wrong on so many levels. And look how you are treating your constituents that are not even people of color, but that are children on bicycles. You use excessive use of force on them. You have not addressed that properly with justice. You have not defunded the police department and fund your community by funding more recreational services to keep children off the street, to keep them busy, and to keep their minds going. That's how you embrace your youth. That's how you protect your youth, by keeping them busy, keeping them active in society, and reminding them that they are midst of great things and achieving great things, and reminding them that they offer great contributions to society and to your city, town of Ridgewood. I understand many of you are Republicans on the council. And you know what? It's your choice. But I want to say to you, I don't give a damn what side of you are. Have a heart generated by love and care and do the right thing. Prove to others that, you could be a Republican, but you could still be on the right side of history. Although we don't see that anymore, especially with the occupant in the White House that's taking up space. The one with the pussy throat. Yeah, I said it. We do not see that anymore. And it's wrong. It's wrong. Lead by example. The children are watching you, and they will watch how you will lead the city until they are in your positions, and you will be in the history books. It's getting national television right now. It's getting national film. It's out there, and we're paying attention. We are paying attention, and we are woke. And we will continue to hold you accountable until you drop all those charges, until you defund the police department and fund your community by funding more recreational services, and by including young people in the process, giving them a seat at the table on the decision-making process that will affect and impact their daily lives. That is how you can run your city correctly. And that's how you can run your city, by including the people and reminding them that you serve their best interests and you are there for them. And if you don't, I hope that they remove you from office by voting your ass out. And I hope they remove you from office by running against you and gaining not the money support, not the financial side, but are empowering and educating so many people throughout the town that, yes, the will of the people is here. We are woke, we are alive, and we are well, and we will take back our society with a heart generated by love and care. And again, we'll speak out and condemn the acts of racism, police brutality, and say, yes, Black Lives Matter, but act on it and sponsor it into legislation. I yield my time back. Have a great night.
Very good. Have a good evening, Ryan.
And one more dial in.
Good evening. Please state your name and
3963.
address for the record. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello?
Hello. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi,
Hello?
my name is Lawrence. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lawrence Fine. I am at 365 Woodbine Court in Ridgewood. I just want to echo some of the other sentiments that have been said tonight. Ridgewood is creating a reputation for police brutality. This video has gone viral. It has been, I saw that the town of Ridgewood has been trending on Twitter a few weeks ago. The first incident, now the second one is something that is just really disgusting to see, that in my town this happened. I saw a headline for an article that said New Jersey police under investigation, and was about the incident that happened in Ridgewood. So we are creating a bad reputation for the state of New Jersey. We're creating a bad reputation for Bergen County, and it's because of Ridgewood. Ridgewood is bringing this state down, bringing this county down, that everyone is looking at us and everyone is looking down at us. People in other towns hear the name Ridgewood, hear the town Ridgewood, and they think about police brutality. They think of, the imagery of a police officer holding a kid and bringing him to the ground and using excessive force. This is not okay. This is something that cannot happen. There needs to be changes. This needs to be looked at, and not just through an internal investigation, but through an external investigation that is independent, so people do not have to be investigated within the same department by their neighbors from down the block. It's important that this is fair, and this is important that it's one of the reasons why we have a police accountability problem in the United States as a whole. So there's definitely a lot that needs to be done here, and it's just terrible to just know that this has happened in my town, that I have friends who are from other states who are reaching out to me. They said, "Oh, I heard about what happened in Ridgewood." That's just disgusting to me. It's just horrifying that people in other states are like, "Oh, I heard this happened in Ridgewood." It's terrible.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Lawrence. Have a good evening.
You too.
That's all I have.
Very good. I'm going to just comment on two things from earlier commenters who would comment. I continually will get the election cost data. I continue to reiterate that the information that once again shared here was incorrect. Both the village council, the governing body, and the Board of Education are subject to 2% cap. But that does not include cap bank and exclusion. So your taxes without a vote could easily go up significantly because of the cap bank and the exclusions, exceptions. And the reason we don't vote on the village council budget and we do on the Board of Ed is because that's what this law permits. And so with that, we'll take a motion to go into closed session. A resolution to go into closed session, sorry. I will do that too. Then we'll take a motion. Do it in that order.
Be resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on August 5th, 2020, 7:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as the matter on the agenda can be reached, and that said closed session be held on via Zoom teleconferencing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to legal matters to include Barrington Road, review of Faulkner Act, May 12th, 2020 election lawsuit, town garage, settlement of claim, Orzik-Kowalski, and personnel matters to include Ridgewood Police Department, Parks and Recreation. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 et sec. And be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. Have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
All in favor?
I'm sorry. All in favor?
Going into closed session. Very good.
Anyone opposed?
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Okay. Here.